Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
This is the Finding Gnosis Show.
The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link? Can you see the link in the show's chat? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link, click on the link.
This is the Finding Gnosis Show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the chat.
When you feel compelled to speak,
Click on the link,
what do you want to say?
click on the link.
What do you want to say?
The show will start when you click on the link and say, click on the link. This is the Finding Gnosis Show. This is the Finding Gnosis Show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that you'll be seen in the show.
You support statism, so I don't support any of these institutions. I am an anarchist, but
I'm not demanding that you agree with me, though.
But it doesn't matter whether you agree with me. You're using violence to force your way onto me against my will.
That's right. That's right. And do you know what? Do you know what? That's why you're my slave and I'm ruining your life.
Exactly.
Enjoy it.
Thank you for admitting it finally.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
sadistic.
crushing your soul, boy.
You enjoy it, and you're racist as
I
fuck.
enjoy it.
You're
Wait.
racist. You support statism, so I don't support any of these institutions. I am an anarchist,
Yeah,
but
but I'm not demanding that you agree with me, though.
it doesn't matter whether you agree with me. You're using violence to force your way onto me against my will.
That's right. That's right. And do you know what? Do you know what? That's why you're my slave and I'm ruining your life.
Exactly.
Enjoy it.
Thank you for admitting it finally.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
sadistic.
crushing your soul, boy.
You enjoy it, and you're racist as
I
fuck.
enjoy it.
You're racist. You support statism, so I don't support any of these institutions. I am an anarchist,
Yeah,
but
but I'm not demanding that you agree with me, though.
it doesn't matter whether you agree with me. You're using violence to force your way onto me against my will.
That's right. That's right. And do you know what? Do you know what? That's why you're my slave.
The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that you'll be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link. Click on the link in the show's chat.
This is the Finding Gnosis Show.
The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link?
Hi, Grump.
Well, Chickpea saw the link and she clicked on it because she is now on the Finding Gnosis Show. This is the Finding Gnosis Show.
Actually,
We are trying to find out what is going on in this strange existence and what exactly we should be doing whilst we are here We talk about all manner of things, so feel free to step up and, segue into something else if something is bothering you or you'd like to tell us something that you feel is important. Do come on. The link is in the live chat. We have Chickpea. Chickpea, what is it you'd like to say? By the way, Chickpea, today's show, the title is "Are We Just Slaves? Are We All Just Slaves?"
You just realised. I was just watching a thing about how the Romans, prior to Roman Catholic Church, used to treat brides. Did you know what they used to do to them? I couldn't believe
brides.
it. When a girl got married in Roman times, she had to be physically examined in front of an audience to make sure she was still a virgin.
Oh dear.
Yes, it wasn't very nice. And then she had to have, when they consummated the marriage, that was all done in front of an audience. Yeah, pretty grim, actually.
This show is inspired by this particular outburst yesterday.
You support statism. So I don't support any of these institutions. I am an anarchist. But
I'm not demanding that you agree with me, though.
But it doesn't matter whether you agree with me. You're using violence to force your way onto me against my will.
That's right. That's right. And do you know what? Do you know what? That's why you're my slave and I'm ruining your life.
Exactly.
Enjoy it.
Thank you for admitting it finally.
Yeah.
You're sadistic.
I'm crushing your soul, boy.
You enjoy it, and you're racist as fuck.
Enjoy it.
You're racist.
Crap. We're all slaves. If you have to sell your labor to a master in order to have a roof over your head, you are enslaved. We are just as enslaved as the people on the plantations. All us proles. I thought you knew that.
I'm just asking the question.
But we're all slaves. You have to sell your labor in order to eat. You're a slave. It's sad, brutal reality.
Who are you a slave to, Chickpea?
Your master that you work for, the corporation or whoever. We're just lucky. We live in a lucky time where if you don't want to work, the state will pay you. But we're just living in a very lucky time. I keep saying that to you. It's been 80 good years. We've been very lucky. We are. People don't
Do click on the link, folks. Link is in the live chat.
I'm talking to you. You're getting very, very cheeky.
Very what? Sorry?
Cheeky. But we're very lucky that, well, you work, but I don't work. And there was a time in the past, someone like me would have been in the workhouse or just dying on the street.
You support statism. So I don't support any of these institutions. I am an anarchist. But
I'm not demanding that you agree with me, though.
It doesn't matter whether you agree with me. You're using violence to force your way onto me against my will.
That's right. That's right. And do you know what? Do you know what? That's why you're my slave and I'm ruining your life.
Exactly.
Enjoy it.
Thank you for admitting it finally.
Yeah.
You're sadistic.
I'm crushing your soul, boy.
You enjoy it, and you're racist as fuck.
Enjoy it.
You're.
I don't like that man, actually.
You don't like that man? Why is that?
I find him very ill-mannered, actually. I just don't like him. Plus, you know what I don't understand is with these men, they all want to show their face to the world, but they're not very attractive to look at.
Don't be nasty.
It's all right for him to say horrible things. If I say something relevant, you tell me off. Now, that's not fair, DW. That's not fair.
He's entitled to come on here.
Yes, I'm not saying
he's entitled to turn his camera on if he wants to.
Yep.
That's for you.
What?
Chickpea.
Yes.
Chickpea. The reason I showed his outburst from yesterday was it was an interesting perspective. He said that, life abolitionism is his slave. He has got power over him and he enjoys it.
How do you manage to say that? Because life abolitionism is way, way ahead on the IQ scale to that stupid man for a start. And life abolitionism also doesn't have to be a slave to the system because he's got what it takes to write a book which you can sell and make money off. So that man is talking utter rubbish.
Well,
Yes, he
life
is.
abolitionism does himself say he is a slave.
Yeah, I know. Well, he's got it. Well, he is, but say
But he's
for
a slave
example,
to the state. He's
well,
a
we're all
slave
slaves.
to power.
Well, we're
This
all.
man is saying that he has a power over life
Well, he
abolitionism,
doesn't have any power.
power
over
over that,
life
and therefore
abolition.
he is enslaved to him.
What power does he have over LA?
Well, maybe he's on the side of power. Maybe politically he supports the
Yeah.
power and he benefits from that because he gets little endorphin bursts because,
But
well, the power is in power. If your team is doing well, you feel good, right?
yeah, but D&W, LA has got what it takes to write a book, and one day he'll write something that people will buy, and he will no longer be a slave because he owns the means of production.
But then will he become the enslaver?
Well, he could do, yes, because he's got to then employ people to print his books for him. So, yes, he will become the enslaver.
Yeah.
You can't win.
You can't win.
Well, not really. If you don't want to be an enslaver, yes, you're either enslaved or you are an enslaver. If you own the means of production, you are an enslaver. What?
Chickpea. Enjoy your little role as a slave, Chickpea.
Well, I know I'm a slave. I know that. Although saying that,
Enjoy it. Learn to love it.
what? Well, I'm not a slave. I haven't worked for 30 years doing W. Well, after housework, obviously.
Did you enjoy being a slave?
Yes, but at the time, I did know I was a slave, and I did know. But if I didn't like a job, I just choose to walk out. I wasn't one of these people that did a job they hated. I'm not that sort of person. So at least I was happy in my enslavement, even in the Navy, even though it made my hair fall out. But I never stayed in a job I didn't like, not for 1 minute. I would just walk off.
Chickpea, what are we enslaved to? You're saying we're enslaved to people with money. Are they not also slaves to something? I mean, they're slaves to their desire. They're slaves to their drive. They're slaves perhaps to their psychology, their worries. I mean, what is driving them? A lot of the time I've seen people I've known who've been highly motivated in the corporate world, they've been a neurotic mess. If you take them aside, sit down, have a cup of tea with them, you can tell that there's a vulnerability, there's a fragility going on there. And that is what is driving them. They're trying to prove to somebody that they're something.
Yes, I know.
They might be just a wimpy little man. Physically,
work with them,
with a spreadsheet, they're king of the hill.
Well, don't forget, okay, most of them are in, I've had, they've still got the mortgage to pay. So, even the upper middle class is still enslaved because, I mean, even if you are, say, for example, a consultant surgeon, okay, which you would think would be the top of the tree, you are still enslaved to your master at the BMA because you do what he tells you to do, not what you want to do. So we're all enslaved. Life is slavery.
Perhaps it's about finding the yoke that you're happy with. That's pull the plow off the cause that you support. Be the slave of the master you love. But
end of the day, even a partner even a senior partner in a law firm, okay, I do know about this, is still enslaved to those at the lodge who will be telling him exactly what he can or cannot do, because if you're not a member of the lodge, you don't become a partner. You can't. It's all predestined. Because you do know the city. I sent you a thing about masonry. I don't suppose you watched it, but most senior solicitors are Masons. And if you're not one of the Masons, that's how you get this thing with these court cases where the outcome of the case makes absolutely no sense because the judge, who's also a Mason, has pulled some strings, blah, blah.
How do you know that, Chickpea?
Because David Icke writes about it. Now stop it, D&W, okay? I've just read about it over the years. You know, it's masonry. I thought, you forget I haven't worked for all these years. I have been doing a bit of reading and things. I didn't always sit chattering to blokes on YouTube.
I invited David Icke on here, by the way.
Yes, I
Waiting to hear
know.
back from him.
Yeah. No, I don't think, I personally believe that David Icke is some kind of shill anyway, because in witchcraft, it is part of the spell to tell your victims what it is you are doing and what you're planning on doing. And that is part of the rule of the spell. It's to do with witchcraft and black magic. I know about this.
Phil the Van says, yes, we are just slaves to the ruling class.
Yes, we are. Well, they're saying that I haven't been a slave for 30 years. Yeah.
Mike Dunnigan says he's a slave to Jesus. Jean Francis says, good vid. Thank you, John Francis. And Phil the Van says, Ike is the gatekeeper.
Yeah, he's definitely some kind of shill, like anyone says. Because that's the rule of black magic. You have to inform your victim. Didn't you know that? D&W, I'm speaking.
I heard about that before.
Yes. So he's the one. That's why he gets this. Where he gets all the information from. I mean, he's, you know, that's where he gets all the information from.
Wildheart is on the Finding Gnosis show. Wildheart, are you sober?
Yes.
Good man.
James. Yeah.
Are you high? High? Have you asked?
No.
If he's...
No. No.
He's stone cold sober. He's about to hit us with the cool, calm, collected thoughts that his brain can produce when he's not under the influence. Wildheart, the topic of the show, are we all just slaves? Are we enslaved to power, to money, to DNA, to existence itself?
You forgot to mention you forgot to mention your sex drive, D&W, enslaved to that.
Well, that's the DNA, yeah, the drives. You could put anything in there.
I would say no. I would say it's a very Christian thing to think that you are enslaved. I think that's a very Christian-centric view of the universe. I think you are a slave to, because all Christians say they are a slave to Christ. I don't think, without Christianity, I don't think that will be an issue.
Well, but what's Christianity got to do with it? Because all the other religions are enslaved too.
No, but I don't think they put it that way. I don't think like Hindus are a slave.
Yes, Hindus do. Hindus have got the most terrible caste system. They're worse than we are.
Yeah, but that's different from slavery. The caste system.
Really? Oh, you think so, do you?
Yeah.
The caste, the people at the bottom do all the dirty work that the higher ups don't want to do. Their system's even worse than ours. I know some Hindus.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a better or worse system. I'm just saying they wouldn't put it in the terms that they are slaves. I think that's a very Christian-centric way to look at it, is what I'm saying. We are slaves to Christ. No, I don't think any religion... I know you're not. No, what I'm saying is we get that kind of talk and that kind of description from Christianity.
Do we? No, I get it from the corporation, actually.
What is the corporation?
But what is a corporation?
Yeah.
The corporation. Haven't you read the book, The Corporation?
I've not, no.
No, well, the corporation is what it says in the book. The corporation is not, and the corporation is actually deemed in law to be a man. Okay, not a he. He's a he. The corporation is a he, and we
Yeah, but the point is, I've not read the book, The Corporation, so you're going to have to explain it to me.
Well, basically, corporations, people think they're all lovely and sweet and kind. They're not actually. They're quite nasty and pernicious.
Oh, yeah.
And we are enslaved to the corporations. And do you know that the US is actually a corporation?
Yeah, I've heard this before. Yeah.
And we're all we all are enslaved to corporations.
All right. I think this would be helpful. What is your definition of slave then?
That's right. If you do not, this is right. If you do not own, if you do not own the means of, if you do not own any land or do not own the means of production and have to sell your labor to a master in order to have a roof over your head and food to eat, you are a slave in the same way as the plantation slaves were. And we all stuck in it.
See, can I give my definition of a slave?
Mm-hmm.
It's one human owning another human as property.
Well, we are owned. We're not property, but we're owned. If you have to sell, if you have to sell,
whoa. That is my definition of slave. Owning another human as property.
Wait, I'm not a slave.
But if you're saying we're not owned as property, then we're not slaves. That's my point.
Property, well, but sorry, when you say property, I take property to mean bricks and mortar. We're obviously different, use words differently. Yes, you're right. We are owned by
one, guys. Not only are we slaves, apparently, but we're being farmed.
Yeah.
Bear a photo. Do you want to come on and tell us why you think that's the case? Phil Devan says we are owned by the crown.
Yes.
Well, you know, not everybody listening to the Finding Gnosis show is under, you know, the dominion of the British Crown. Phil Devan. So, what do you have to say about that? I'm talking in general terms as well, not just where you are in the valleys of Wales. Paul says everyone is enslaved. The entire society has been steered to persecute anyone who tries to escape it, rather like the film The Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yeah.
I would disagree vehemently.
That's dark. Mr. Stubbs, you want to come on and tell us about that viewpoint?
I would disagree vehemently with that one. Everyone is enslaved.
Have you read The Straw Man? Have you read The Straw Man, Wildheart?
I know what the straw man fallacy is. I've not read. If there's a book called The Straw Man, I've not
I think you should read The Corporation. The book's a very good book.
Yeah.
And it really points everything out because I think corporations are very pernicious for not just this. Well, that's what I think. Anyway, you know.
Well, that's getting away from the main topic of, or I think it's the main topic of slavery. And I've given my definition of slavery: owning another human being as property.
But if you have to sell your labor to a master, you are a slave. You are his slave. And you are.
Yeah.
I like to think differently, but if you have to sell your labor to a master, you are a slave. Sadly, reality. Do you own any land?
I kind of own my own flat, kind of.
No, you don't own anything then. If you do not own any land, no, you don't own your flat. You don't own a flat. I now worked conveyancing, right? Your flat.
But if someone, I'll give you that because it's council flat. But
you don't own anything.
but if someone owned their own home, would they not be a slave? You're saying everyone.
Of course, they're still enslaved. Of course, right? Okay, if you own a leasehold flat,
so whether you own your own home or not is irrelevant.
No. If you say you own a flat, okay, you've paid the mortgage, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
If it's a leasehold flat, you own nothing.
Yeah.
You own a lease that you can sell for profit. If you own a house that stands on leasehold land, you don't own the house.
Yeah.
That's how bad it is. You've got to have costs.
Yeah. Under each case, you would not be a slave because you own it.
No, you don't. You don't own anything. If
you own your own home.
No, you don't.
And you don't. And no other human owns you as a human being, then you would not be a slave, would you?
Right. You only own your own home if you own
Stand by, people. Stand by. Welcome, Life Abolitionism
I've
and
worked
Pastor
in-
T.
I've
Life
worked in
Abolitionism,
programs.
you are one of the reasons we're talking about this subject today. AI made the clips for yesterday's show, and one of the clips
You
it
support
turned out was
statism.
this song.
So I don't support any of these institutions. I am an anarchist.
Yeah,
But
but I'm not demanding that you
law.
agree with me, though.
But it doesn't matter whether you agree with me. You're using violence to force your way onto me against my will.
That's right. That's right. And do you know what? Do you know what? That's why you're my slave and I'm ruining your life.
Exactly.
Enjoy it.
Thank you for admitting it finally.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
sadistic.
crushing your soul, boy.
You enjoy it, and you're racist as
I
fuck.
enjoy it.
You're
What?
Yeah, that was the
you should-
inspiration. That was the inspiration for today's show. I thought it was quite a remarkable exchange of words there,
Yeah.
and it did make me think about this whole topic. Are we
Well,
enslaved?
And can just say, just ironically, you should be careful of how much attention you pay to drunks on YouTube.
Pardon? Sorry?
You should be careful of how much attention and how much, yeah.
Yeah, but what's saying, okay, people think they own their properties, but at the end of the day, even if you own the land that your property stands on, they can still take it off you, the government.
right, because you have to, even after you pay off the mortgage, you still have to pay taxes. And so basically you're renting your property for the rest of your life. You don't actually own it outright.
No, but everyone has to pay taxes. You're not.
No, but that's not the way it used to be.
That's to pay for roads and schools and ambulances and stuff like that.
Right, but that in and of itself is a form of slavery because none of us consented to this.
No, slavery. Slavery is owning another person's property. Just because you have to pay
Slavery is
taxes,
selling your neighbour.
just because you have to pay taxes isn't a form of slavery. I'm sorry.
No, let's just back up for a second because it's not just the taxes. It's the fact that life was imposed on us and then we're thrown into all these systems. We have all these duties that and we consented to none of them. So you're thrown into the matrix. Now it's worker starved coercion where you're a slave to a corporation. You have to pay taxes to the state. At what point did we consent?
Sorry, can I just ask you a question? Are you an antinatalist?
Yes.
I knew it.
Oh, we're antinatalists.
What's
You
wrong with
still can't answer the question though. Can you please answer the question? At which point did we consent to any of this?
No, we didn't consent. No.
So none of it is legitimate. The imposition of existence is illegitimate. The taxes are illegitimate. Democracy is illegitimate. The whole thing is illegitimate.
So do you have to consent to something for it to be legitimate?
Yes. Yes. If you're forcing people to do stuff against their will through violence, then it is illegitimate inherently.
Through violence?
Yes. Procreation is an act of violence. Statism is violence. Voting is violence. Capitalism is violence.
Wow,
No, Wildheart, he's right. I've worked in law, and I may not be a lawyer, but I know this to be so.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid, Wildheart, you are. Do you work, Wildheart, or are you on the dole?
I am currently on benefits due to mental illness and stuff. But I did work at one point, yeah.
You see, you are living in a very, very easy, lucky time. Us lot at the moment are the luckiest working class ever lived.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you something, if you weren't living in these 80 years, you'd be out on the streets now at the workhouse. It's only because you would be, I'm sure you.
Well, I don't know what point that proves. That just means that things change over time.
And it won't be staying like this. This isn't going to last.
I want to go back to my original question. Do you think that consent isn't important? You don't think that is necessary for legitimacy? If everything about your existence is based on force.
Let me answer. Let me answer. You just asked me a question. I have to think about it briefly, and then I'll answer. If it's impossible for me to give consent, like a baby can't give consent to be born, so you're saying that no baby should be born because they can't give consent?
No, that's why I was trying to clarify my question. It's not just the original imposition; it's the entire thing. You didn't consent to democracy, to taxes, to
No,
laws.
let's forget. Let's go to the beginning. So because I can't consent to being born. That means I shouldn't have been born. I'm quite glad that I was born.
Okay, I'm still asking the question. Do you think consent is necessary for legitimacy? Not just for the original imposition of life, but for the entire thing, where nothing about your existence is consensual.
It depends what you mean by legitimacy, and I'm not trying to be difficult. Honestly, I'm not. Legitimacy. It depends
Okay.
what you mean by that word.
Okay, well, democracy is supposed to be based on the consent of the governed. Do we actually consent to democracy, or is it imposed on us through birth?
It's not consent. No, it's not
Right.
imposed on birth. No.
Right, so it's not legitimate.
So your definition of legitimacy is something that isn't imposed on you by birth, or
By
something.
force. By force.
It's not by force. You could move to a country that doesn't.
I could move to another democracy and be enslaved by another state.
No, you could move to another country that doesn't have democracy.
There is no country, there is no place on the planet that is not controlled by a state. You can't be free and live in a state of nature.
No, you change it now to state. You said democracy.
Okay, democracy is a euphemism.
There are countries on the planet that are not democracies.
Okay,
So
that's the reason why I stop you, because you want to get hung up on democracy. The bottom line is that I did not consent to be controlled by a state, to be enslaved by a state. Democracy is one form of enslavement. I think it is the worst form of enslavement, but I don't want to be enslaved by any state, whether it is a democracy or not.
Right, so you don't want to live in any country on the planet.
I don't want to be controlled by a state. I want to be free. I don't want to have to beg the majority for basic natural rights. I don't want to be subjected to police harassment and oppression. I don't submit to any of it.
Wait, life abolitionism. I have a question. What type of anarchist are you? Because there's quite a few. Are you like an egoist, a anarcho-communist, or what? I've always wanted to ask that.
I don't think that it needs to be specified. My main thing is that I am an anti-statist. I don't believe in statism. Like the details about it I think are not really that important. I just want to abolish the state and live in a state of nature. So I guess you could say I'm an anarcho-primitivist.
Okay, anarcho-primitivist. Kind of, it's almost similar to John Zerzan and Ted K. Okay.
So I've got a question. Is there any country on the planet that you are willing to be a part of? If you're saying that democracy doesn't work.
No, I would love to go to Africa and whatever, be with my people, my ancestors, but at the end of the day, Africa has been colonized. Africa is under the influence of the West. So Africa, it's not like I'm going back to what Africa used to be before it was colonized. They're Christian, they're indoctrinated, they're homophobic, all because the West has imposed its values on it. So there is no escape from this matrix. You can't just leave and just actually be free.
Right.
They have centralized.
So there's no country on this planet that you will want to be a part of.
I don't want to be on this planet at all. I don't even want to exist.
So, LA, what's your take on, now you're saying about everything was fine in Africa before us lot did what we did, but I hate to say this, never mind, doesn't matter, because leave it, sorry.
Wait, no. Actually, I kind of have like something similar. I don't think everything was like peaches and cream, even
No, I don't.
like,
They,
imperialism.
your people, the Africans sold their own people into slavery.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. And that's a fact. The African chiefs would kidnap, the rival prisoners, and they would send them
Yeah,
to the
the
Europeans.
Nigerians and everything. They went out into Africa, stealing people from other countries to sell to
Tribes.
Right, but that was after the West became. Anyway, the point is that if you have different tribes that are warring against each other, you have a chance to defeat the tribe and actually be free or escape your enslavement. It's completely different from a state. There is no escaping the state because the state has a monopoly on all land and all jurisdiction. So you can't just go leave one tribe and join another tribe.
But this is really sad, and I'm not here to try and win arguments or anything. That's just really, you're saying there's no country on the planet that you would want to be a part of. That's just really sad.
No, I don't want to exist. That's why we need to start with the original imposition. I did not choose any of it.
I'm sorry. I'm just sorry for you. I'm sorry.
So we need to look at the whole timeline. At what point was any of this consensual? None of it was.
Yeah, all that's true, but like me being also sympathetic to AN, but like I put in mind going to like another country and like living inside. Like I don't mind traveling, and I don't mind going to another country and living by like their rules, because like I'm not like that much of an anarchist myself. I do have some sympathies to that, but I am a realist when it comes to like a natural state will always form from like from just like existence and like humans, a group of humans. Like I do have that theory too.
It's not a natural state. It's basically a corporate entity which does not serve the will of the people. It serves its own ends at the people's expense. In theory, not to say that I would want to make it my home. In theory, I would want to move to a country that has legalized the right to medical assistance in dying. But I don't want to live there. I just want to take advantage of that right.
Oh, I wish I was.
Hold up, Kenny.
You support statism.
You are here.
So I don't support any of these institutions. I am an anarchist. But
I'm not demanding that you agree with me, though.
But it doesn't matter whether you agree with me. You're using violence to force your way onto me against my will.
That's right. That's right. And do you know what? Do you know what? That's why you're my slave and I'm ruining your life.
Exactly.
Enjoy it.
Thank you for admitting it finally.
Yeah.
You're sadistic.
I'm crushing your soul, boy.
You support statism. So I don't support any of these institutions.
I'm sorry, I lost the end of the video there. You said you're crushing his soul and you're enjoying it. So basically today's show is inspired by that little exchange. The question is, are we all just slaves? What does that mean? What are we enslaved to if we are? Life abolitionism feels that we are. Kenny, you're new on tonight's show. I know you've been here before, but seeing as you've just arrived, what would you like to say on the matter?
I'm new on tonight's show, but that was me yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I meant you've just
arrived. I was wearing my MAGA hat.
Yeah.
I don't believe we're slaves. I can understand why some people believe that we're slaves, but it's the concept of slavery, like the chap Wildheart, is he called? He was saying that the definition of slavery is when a human being is owned by another human being. But in the more abstract sense, slavery is a mindset. If you have a slave mentality and you see yourself as a slave, you feel like a slave, then you're going to kind of adopt the idiosyncrasies as a slave. And you're going to feel very curtailed. You're going to feel very depressed. You're going to feel very anxious. And you're just going to feel very agitated about your whole existence. And there's a poor chap, life abolitionist, it kind of saddens me to think that any human being would want to no longer exist anymore. It's a really sad, pitiful existence to live. And I think it's really sad.
So, do you think that we actually own our lives?
Neighbour to a master, you're a slave. End of.
Let me just, because
That's your perception, and
No,
fair enough.
no, no,
it's
It's
not
a very
a
different
perception.
power and perception to have.
It's
That's
not a
not my
perception.
mentality.
No, it is
I
not
just-
my perception.
It's your mentality. You have a slave mindset.
Okay,
How
let's
dare
get
you say that to me?
You're subordinate. You're mentally subordinate.
let's get
No, I
away
am
from the
not. One thing
let's
I'm
get
not
away from the
subordinate.
talk about psychology and
One
let's just
at a
talk
time
about
now.
the law.
One at a time. We'll
be
go with
subordinate.
LA next. LA. Go ahead. Chickpea, 1 moment, darling. LA next.
Let's just get away from the concept, the whole conversation about your mindset, and just talk about the law objectively. Under the law, you don't actually own your life. You assume that you do. You don't own your life.
Can you interject at this point because I disagree? The law isn't objective. The law is
Okay,
something that humans come up with, so it's subjective by definition.
Okay,
Because
but
The law is open to interpretation.
it doesn't matter though, because at the end of the day, they have the monopoly on violence, so they can force their will on you, whether you agree with it or not. So the bottom line is that under the law, we do not own our lives because, and I explain this in my book, The Disposal Rights Test. Slavery is the deprivation of the disposal of one's person, property, and services. All three of these domains has been monopolized by the state. You don't have a right to dispose of your person because medical assistance has been criminalized. You don't have a right to dispose of your property without interference because of taxes, because of property rights, because and then finally, and then services. You can't even dispose of your services because you can't even work without obtaining an occupational license from the state. So through all three domains, it's total enslavement to the state. You have no freedom independent of whatever privileges the state gives you.
But can I just ask you a question? Why are you so abused? You seem like you're very, very abused.
Right. You want to pathologize me because you can't respond to my actual argument. I just told you the legal definition of slavery.
What is your argument? I'll try to respond to it.
I just told you the legal definition of slavery, and I just gave you the three elements. You did not respond to that. You just say, "Why are you so angry?" What, like?
Sorry, I apologize. That's my fault. Can you repeat them? I got caught up.
According to the U.S. Supreme Court case of Plessy versus Ferguson, slavery is the deprivation of one's own one's own person, property, and service. So basically, you have to have the right to dispose of your person, property, and services in order to be free. Otherwise, you're a slave. You don't have that. You can't dispose of your person, your property, or services without interference from the state.
Can I just argue against that? Dispose of.
Dispose, meaning you can't terminate your life. You can't dispose of your property. You can't just like.
In certain countries, you can. Yeah.
I'm talking. No, it's not true. There's not a single country on the planet where you can dispose of your person without permission from the state. Even the few countries that have legalized medical assistance, you still have to get permission first. You still have to get a physician to approve it.
He's
But
right.
There's a waiting period.
But you can't do anything without permission of the state.
Right, which means that you're a slave. That is the definition. You don't have the right an autonomous disposal of any of these three domains.
So that makes you a slave. So
Yes, by definition.
You ought to read Straw Man, okay? You're not free. Read the Straw Man, both of you.
Can I just ask a question? So who are the slave owners? If you're saying that every person on the planet is
I'm going to
slave,
listen this one out, and I might be back later.
I'll answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
In my book, what I call it is the master state, but the master state is basically the public. It's anybody who participates in democracy. They're the masters.
but they are still slaves because you're saying that every human on the planet is a slave. So even the slave masters are slaves. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and according to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, he says that you are a fractional. You're a total slave, but you're a proportional master. So it's like the whole sovereign citizen. Like you're sovereign, and
Can I just say, in complete honesty and respect, you're a fucking idiot. You're saying that the slave masters are slaves. You are a fucking idiot.
Okay, then you're saying that John Jacques Rousseau is an idiot because this is what John Jacques Rousseau said. It's not like I just pulled this out of my ass. If you want to go toe to toe with John Jacques Rousseau, I'm sure John Jacques Rousseau is a lot smarter than your retarded ass.
Right, so the slave masters are slaves.
Yerf Dogs is in the chat. He says, "LA, you're going to run away from him because because he sees through your nonsense. Are you willing to allow him?"
No, I'm not talking to your dogs. If he does come up here, I am leaving. I don't give a shit about. If he wants to pay me my fee, I will give him a full debate. He can get my attention.
Can you explain to me how the slave masters are the slaves? So they are both slave masters and slaves themselves.
Right. That's what John Jacques Rousseau says. It's a duality when you're.
I explain that to me. That's fine.
That's what I was trying to do. It's a duality between being a sovereign and a citizen. So you, like I said, you are a fractional sovereign, but you are a total citizen or a total subject. You're a total slave. So it's like it gives you a fractional right to like control other people, but you're totally enslaved at the same time.
Yeah.
Right. So the
you're just very submissive. You just like to do your job. How dare you? How do you like I swore at you? I'm sorry, G&W. These men are always swearing. I'm not allowed to say things like that.
You have I'm going to give you carte blanche. I'm going to take away the.
I'm English.
You can swear at any man if you want to, but just don't call them. Don't go too far. Don't say something illegal. Okay?
All right.
Can you just answer my question though? Because I asked you at what point I asked you the question twice and you didn't answer.
Can I just apologize for swearing? I'll try and keep it down. It's just that I'm British and we tend to swear a lot. But I'll try to keep it down. I apologize.
At what point in this whole process did we consent to any of it?
No,
Can anybody answer that question, please?
No, we never consented to being born.
No, not just being born. Did we consent to democracy? Did we consent to these laws? Did we consent to anything?
We did consent to democracy because we voted that system in.
Because we were born into the system. Is that your answer?
No, we voted for that system to be the best.
I don't vote. I'm an anarchist.
You are so gullible, let me say. You ought to go and read The Straw Man, and you will see you're not free. You are. You know, and I really
I want to welcome Cerberus Hex. You're on the Final Notice show. What would you like to say? Are we all just slaves? Add to the conversation.
Anyway, I'm just saying to you, your argument's not valid because you haven't read The Straw Man. And I can assure you, you're not as free as you think.
Thank you, Chickpea. Let's Cerberus Hex say something here.
No, I don't think we're slaves. And to life abortionists question, I would say asking something that if something that doesn't exist consented makes no sense.
Oh, dear.
We exist now. We exist now.
Sure. Yeah.
At what point did we consent to any of it?
We didn't consent to any of it.
Wildheart, 1 second. Well, he's asking me if something doesn't exist. Why do we need to ask for consent?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just back it up because I need to be specific. Do we even consent to continuing to exist? Because you can talk about the original imposition, but we don't even have the right to medical assistance. So even if you don't want to exist, you're forced to continue existing against your will.
You understand? Rights are not like enforced or guaranteed by law. There's something you have regardless of the law. So yes, if you, as far as I'm concerned, you have the right to kill yourself. You know,
that's not a right. That's an ability. A right is a legal entitlement. We have a social contract where if you have rights, then the state.
You guys, please use rhyming slang. Come on.
The state is supposed to protect your rights. That's the whole point of a social contract.
Yeah,
so if you don't have rights, then basically you are a slave. You have all these duties to the state, but you have no damn rights. So what's the point of even having a social contract?
But the whole theory of rights is that you have them, and then hopefully your government will protect them. But it has nothing to do with whether there's laws or not.
What if you
Well,
don't believe in it?
hopefully, there's no hope when it comes to the duties because the state is going to force you to perform your duties through violence. But your rights are debatable. Your rights are privileges that are subject to whether the state chooses to recognize them.
You know, if someone doesn't want to exist anymore, I'm not really sure how the state's going to stop you.
It's called civil commitments. It's called taking away their right to own a gun. It's called the psychological gaslighting to say that you're going to die and go to hell. It's called the pathologizing to say that anybody who wants to do that is crazy. It's the censorship of information to where you're not able to obtain any information on how to actually pull it off. So all of this is a systemic gaslighting where you're going to tell me, oh, after all of these barriers have been erected, oh, you're free to do whatever you want.
Right, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have kind of lost it at this point. What is your main point, T? I forget what your name is.
It's not his main point isn't connected to what he's been saying.
But what is T's main point? What is he trying to get across?
You don't consent to being alive, and we should stop living, essentially, one way or another.
Yeah, but then we would stop living.
Yeah. That's why everything he said doesn't matter. Like if you're just don't want to live, none of this, nothing else mattered after that.
Well, it's not just that you don't want to live. You want to have control on how you go out. You don't have control. You can say,
go at it.
You can say, oh, you can go jump off a cliff. But if I don't want to do that, I want to go out in a painless, humane manner. I don't have that right. I don't have that liberty.
Right,
I should not have to jump off the cliff. I don't want to do that.
No, you do.
Give me a minute. So you're not saying it's just not that you don't want to live. You want to convince everyone else that they don't want to live and they shouldn't live, and you want everyone to die.
No, I want those who don't want to exist, they should have the freedom to no longer exist. Those who want to exist should have the freedom to continue existing.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, so you support my right to medical assistance then?
Yeah.
Great.
Why do you need someone else to do it for you?
Yeah.
Because somebody else imposed life on me. That's why. Because I didn't do it myself. So I want medical assistance to undo something that I never chose in the first place.
Yeah, if you don't want to live, I think you should go through procedure.
You don't tell pregnant women to go out into the wilderness.
I'm agreeing with you. Let me finish. Yeah, if you don't want to live, I think that you should be able to go through a series of medical procedures to make sure that you're mentally sound, and then you should be able to end your life. And those people that don't agree with you and they want to live, they should be able to live. I don't think we disagree.
Why don't you tell pregnant women to go out into the wilderness, give birth with no medical assistance, beat their umbilical cord with a rock, and they should just be fine? They should just figure out how to do it on their own. How about that? Why is there this double standard? When it comes to imposing life on someone, there's all this support, emotional support, medical support, financial support. But when somebody wants to leave their involuntary existence, now they're supposed to figure out on their own with no assistance whatsoever.
No,
well, that's not him. That's me.
Yeah, it's not a double standard.
Okay, but I was trying to respond to you before he interjected. I still want to respond to what you said. He just cut me off. But so now we're going back to what you said. Why is there a double standard? Why is there a double standard?
What do you mean double standard? I said you had the right to.
No. Why is the woman who has a baby, why is she getting all this support, but when somebody doesn't want to exist, they get no support? Why is there so much support for the imposition of life, but there is no support for the exit?
Oh, the reasoning is most people think you would be crazy to do it. That's
right. Exactly.
I don't know what your point is. All I hear is whining.
Right. That's right. That's right. And that's the reason why I say I have no duties, because I know people don't have any empathy. I believe in mutualism. And because there is no mutualism, because it's all extraction, you can say I'm whining, but you're going to be whining when we stop being extracted from. When we stop being productive for society, we withdraw our support for democracy. You can say we're wanting because you're the one who's
I get
extracting.
you're triggered, but I don't like I don't really get it because there's a bunch of peaceful, quiet, painless ways to go out that just on your own terms where you don't need a doctor or a nurse or anyone's permission. So
Why are
I
you
don't know
gaslighting me?
why you're here. if that's
Why are
what
you
want.
gaslighting me? Why am I? You can
I'm
tell me.
not.
Okay, I didn't choose those methods. I want the method that I want. And why am I not entitled to the method that I want? Why are you gaslighting me to say I should choose something
Well,
that I
you
don't
can't-
want?
You give
Sorry,
me
sorry,
Wildheart,
just to
Wildheart, just wait. I know you can't stand it. You're not
Okay.
entitled to someone else's labor, sir.
No, but if they want to provide it, but the law is preventing them from doing it because it is criminalized.
Okay.
Dr. Kevorkian was willing to do it, but they threw him in a cage and took away his medical license. That is what I'm talking about.
Okay, well go somewhere that they allow it. There's plenty of places that allow it.
No, why? No, I shouldn't have to. If a doctor is willing to perform it, why is the state interfering? That is the question. Why are you gaslighting me?
Well, the thing is, I don't believe that this is what you want because you already have access to it. But if you want it a certain way, there's other places you can go to get it. You must not be in that much pain or
Right?
suffering.
You want to gaslight me. You want to gaslight me because you don't give a shit. You don't give a shit.
You're just not trying. That's why I don't care.
I don't have to try. I shouldn't have to make the effort because I did.
For you.
What I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do
I don't
is
believe you.
obtain.
You don't have the conviction of your beliefs. I don't believe
What I'm doing is advocating for the legal right,
shallow. It's a shallow belief.
not just for myself, but for everyone else who wants that legal right.
Sure, but why are you still here?
Because oh my
sees
God,
himself as he sees
maybe you should
himself
ask my
as a
parents
martyr.
that. Ask my parents that.
He sees himself as a martyr for his cause. He's putting up with all this suffering because he feels he is a voice for those who cannot speak.
Well, that's convenient, isn't it?
Ask my parents why am I here because they're the ones who made the decision, not me.
That's
They might be why you're here, but they're not the reason why you're still here.
Sorry, can I just have a second? That
You're
is
an
the
adult.
argument.
Well, you're an adult, right? I have abortions.
No, I don't believe that there's any difference between an adult and a child. You're still a child to the state. The state
Well,
is
sure,
your
you
master.
can believe whatever you want, but you have the ability to discern and make your own choices.
No, I'm not.
You don't? You don't have that ability? Well, maybe you shouldn't be allowed to do it then, because you might just.
I don't have the right. I don't care about abilities. I care about rights.
Not
Okay.
everyone has that right, whether you have the
Right.
legal right.
Can I just get one sentence out? If you
Yeah, and then we're going to go to social experimentalist, aka Danny Shine. Go ahead, Wildheart.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're an antinatalist and you think,
Yeah.
why are you here? I didn't
What?
want to make this argument because it seems harsh, but
Yes.
why haven't
Yes.
killed yourself already? I don't want to say go out and do this.
So we're not allowed to ask questions about why life was imposed on us in the first place. We're not supposed to make parents feel guilty because that has been authoritarian. But when you don't enjoy your existence, now you want to switch. You want to do an Uno reversal and blame the person for their own involuntary existence. So now it's my fault. It's my fault that I'm here, even though I didn't choose any of it.
It's your fault that you're still here.
No, I'm not blaming you. I'm just I can't understand if you have that opinion.
Then I'm going to blame parents then because I tried to give parents a free pass and say, oh well, maybe we can be fair. Maybe I can see the other side. Maybe if we just legalize medical assistance and people are free to leave once life has been imposed on them, maybe procreation isn't so bad. But now I need to go back to the original position that the original imposition is the unethical act. It is unfixable.
LA, I did say I'd give someone else a chance to speak. LA, Yawn God thinks you need a hug. They're willing to give you one, and it will be a consensual hug if you want one.
I need rights. I need rights, not a hug.
Just to
Right,
make it
social experimentalist, Wildheart, shut your pie hole for a moment. Social experimentalist, what would you like to say?
Well, I mean, I am struggling to understand Life LA's position. But sort of following on from what somebody was just saying, I understand that you think that, and I completely agree with you. I think it's atrocious that that there's all this support to get people here, and then there's no support if you want to leave. I agree with you. But what they've been saying to you, it seems to me that you find it difficult to actually listen to what people are saying, right? Which is okay, because we all do that at sometimes. But what people have been saying to you is like, if you want to leave the party, yeah, there are lots of ways of doing it, which are accessible. And there are different places in the world where they have different degrees of, allowing you to do that. And so it's not clear to me or to the other people why you're still here. I'm not blaming you for it. I'm just trying to understand, why are you still here?
I don't understand why they get to prescribe my exit when it's like, I want autonomy over how I go out. I want control, the final say. It's supposed to be my life. If it's my life and I own it, then I should be free to do what I want with it, including dispose it. So if you it's like, I'm telling you I want this car, and you're telling me, no, don't get that car, go get this bike. It's the same thing. It's not the same thing. I want the car that I picked, and I don't want anybody interfering with my right to buy the car that I want.
You can want what you like, my dear, but welcome to the world where you don't get what you want.
That's the whole original imposition, which is why I'm an anti-nihilist, because once life has been imposed on you, you're subjected to systems and laws and rules that you never chose.
There is another view, LA, that you're trying to impose your views on others. You're against imposition, but you're trying to impose your views on other people who may not agree.
How am I doing that? How am I doing that?
Well, you're trying to make them agree with you for a start. That's,
no. I'm trying.
You're saying you're wrong. Please do this. Do what I'm saying.
That's like saying
they may not want to do it.
That's like saying a slave is trying to impose his will against his master. It's like, no, I'm the slave. I want to be free, so I'm not imposing anything. Just let me go free, and you can do whatever the hell you want to do.
Wildheart, just stay quiet for a moment. I'll release you from the frustration of your imposed silence.
Wait, can I just push a little bit further? Just let me push a little bit further, right? I'm struggling to understand. Can you just answer the question? I know that you feel that it is unfair. The way the world works is unfair, and you should be able to end your life however you want to, in whatever way you want, right? But that is the state of the world. I'm just struggling to understand. If you can just answer this question. I've had many people have asked me this question, and I've answered it many, many times, but I'm struggling to understand. Just answer the simple question, right? Why are you still here? If you're finding life so painful and so awful, I'm not saying
he's already answered that.
I don't understand.
I just find
why you haven't.
I just find the question.
He's a voice.
I can answer it. I can answer him. I just find the question annoying because I think the answers are so obvious, and I think I've answered this question so many times. That's the reason why I'm dismissive. But the answer is because jumping off a cliff is traumatic. Everybody has a natural disposition to fear their own annihilation. Even if it is available in other countries, which is only one country without any stipulations that you don't have to be a citizen, it's expensive. I have to go to another country. I have to go through waiting periods. I have to, basically, I believe it's just the Netherlands. So if I have, the expense isn't enormous. I have the whole thing. Let me just say this. Let me just clarify my position for everybody. It's not that even if I had the legal right that I would automatically do it tomorrow. I want the legal right so that when the time comes, it's difficult enough to make the decision, right? So when you have that short moment of clarity where you're actually ready to do it, because I've had those moments of clarity, but it's like I didn't have the mechanism to do it. So when I have that short period of clarity, I want to be able to exercise it right then and there. It's difficult. It is very traumatic to even think about, but I think people are being dismissive about how hard it is to make that decision, even though it is the correct decision.
Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough. No, I agree with you.
All right, let Wildheart speak. Wildheart has been waiting.
I'm just wondering. I'm wondering. Have you read The Peaceful Pill
Oh, careful what you say, please.
Okay.
No, he's talking about a book. I think I read it a few. Like it talks about. Well, it was very vague about the methods. It just say. I mean,
No, it wasn't. It was very, very detailed.
I'm not sure. It was a while back when I read that book.
I want to bring Wildheart in. Wildheart.
Can I just ask a question? What would be your perfect way to die? You're saying that you want a way to die that is legal, that you won't get in trouble for, or none of your family will get in trouble. What is the way? What is the perfect way that you want to die?
The same right that is afforded to cats and dogs and criminals. The medically assisted, supervised death, painless, whatever whatever standards are given to a criminal who commits murder, a capital murderer. I want that same right that the capital murderer gets.
So you want to be put to death by lethal injection?
Whatever that legal standard is for a humane death that is given to a capital murderer, that's what I want for myself. I should not be punished for being a law-abiding citizen.
It's more than that. It's that you want someone else to do it because you could get that stuff on your own if you really tried.
Yeah,
well, here's the thing, though, about that. If I were to become a capital murderer, I would have that right. How about that?
Well,
So in order to obtain that right, I would have to violate somebody else's right. Do you think that is ethical?
Well, that's available to you now. If you go
right. So who wants to volunteer to be my victim? Anybody on the panel who wants to be my victim so I can get the right?
Well, isn't there like other?
You can get that right now.
Now you want to take someone's life?
Wait, but isn't there other people like you that would be happy to have you help them and they could help you?
Yeah, there's people like that. Yeah, they help each other, and guess what? They don't have to follow the rules of the state.
And there's censorship for us to prevent us from finding out who these people are. You can't obtain this information on the internet.
Really?
Their YouTube channel, you can't talk about it on YouTube. You can't have a website. It will be taken down.
You ever try private chats?
Careful what you say.
Just move to Switzerland.
It's the absolute suppression of information, the gaslighting.
Stop talking constantly. You're really fucking annoying.
Join the club. You are bloody annoying as well.
I know. Yeah.
I'm not doing it intentionally. It's partly the accent. It's the fact that you're not speaking up, so I can't even tell when you're actually talking.
All right, I apologize. No, what I'm saying
we're going to
is...
give Wildheart a chance to say something. Wildheart, go ahead. Say what you want to say.
All right, I apologize. That option is available to you now. Move to, I forget which country. It's either Switzerland or the Netherlands or something like
Not
that.
the Netherlands. Netherlands, you need
I know it's not
citizenship.
Netherlands. I know.
All right.
I think it's Switzerland. If you move to Switzerland, you can have control over whether you live or die. You can choose to have
go to Canada as well, apparently. Belgium,
Oh,
Netherlands,
Canada.
perhaps.
I have an idea for life abolitionist for LA.
Go ahead, Kenny's back. Kenny, what do you want to say, mate?
Yeah. Because he's a British cigarette, he could just stub himself out in an ashtray, right?
Right. So another homophobic critique. I'm not interested. I mean, I'm not offended by it. If you think I'm a faggot, it is what it is. I think you're a Zionist piece of shit. So it goes both ways.
That was a troll.
That was a
troll moment. He's gone. He just came in to be a troll momentarily. He's gone now.
Yeah, that was a joke. Forget about it.
Yeah. He's a dumbass.
Okay.
But I'm saying the way you want to die is available to you right now, right at this moment.
No, it's not. Let me just clarify. No, it's not, because the decision is hard enough. By the time the waiting period, by the time I get on a plane and go check out in the hotel and do all this shit, then I've already thought about it, and then it's like, no, I want to do it.
Talk, LA.
That's different.
All of you have been pre-warned. When you're talking about certain things, use rhyming slang. Don't make it obvious.
What did I say? What did I say?
Sorry, I was just triggered by a comment, not by what you said, LA.
Yeah,
This
no,
channel will
massively.
get blacklisted if you
Yeah.
apes keep fucking talking shite, you know.
Yeah, I apologize. That must have been me. But what I'm saying, what you want is available. If you change your mind on the way, that's your problem.
No, I want to do it when I'm ready to do it without a waiting period, without having to get on a plane and fly to another country. It's difficult enough. I mean, you guys are being very dismissive. Can you stop for 1 second and put yourself in the shoes of somebody who doesn't want to exist, but also doesn't necessarily want to die? Because you don't want either choice, but death is the only escape. It is the lesser of two evils, but both are evil.
That's not what we're stuck up on. We're stuck on your absolute unwillingness to solve your own problem.
This is again, you're still gaslighting me because
because if you don't want to have to get on the plane and wait to get it, then what you do is you get on the plane and go beforehand. You move there, you get ready, so that you're there when you want to. This is a problem completely solvable by you on your own.
Let me just say this. Just because somebody doesn't want to live, it doesn't necessarily mean that they want to die. What they really wanted, what they really wanted was to never be born in the first place. Now that they're here and they don't want to be here, death is the only option, but they don't necessarily want to die. Death, it's traumatizing, it may be painful, and nobody actually wants to go through it. So both choices are an imposition. Both are. It's like you can't go back to non-existence. But that is what I actually want.
Is it also the case you find a meaning and in a cause worth living for? Just as ironically, you seem to have found meaning in the cause of arguing that people should be given access to a way to die. That seems to have sustained you, given you the will to continue. Maybe that's what people really need to do.
I don't know. If I were to just die in my sleep without having to take any affirmative act, I would be okay with that. The point is that I don't relish bringing about my own destruction. Nobody does. You guys make it seem like it's so fun, like it's just making a cup of coffee.
No,
it's not
fun. It's just easy.
It's not easy.
Oh, it's very easy.
It's not easy, and the proof is that there's so many people who have attempted and failed, and they were left with debilitating injuries.
Yeah, most of those people don't actually really want to.
So if somebody jumps off a 20-story building,
for what you say. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, the point is,
you saying they're not trying to do it?
LA. There was something you just said a while back. We've moved on, but it was quite telling. You said this is a non-issue. Really, the real issue is you didn't consent to being born, and the problem is, LA. We've already showed that you couldn't have got that consent because there was nobody to get consent from. So all of this is just a non-issue based on a non-issue because you've already said that the main crux of your matter is the fact that you didn't consent to being born. That is the main crux of the matter. But the problem is you couldn't have got consent. There was no consent.
No, it's twofold.
There was nobody to get consent from. So maybe you're just jibber-jabbering about nothing.
You didn't consent to the original imposition, and you don't consent to continue it to exist.
Yeah, it's impossible for a fetus.
What I'm saying is, this whole frustration you have about life is based on a non-point. It doesn't mean anything because, and yet you said that's the most important issue.
No,
this is more important than the right to die. You're saying the fact that you didn't consent to existing is more important. Antinatalism is more important to you.
No, here's the thing. You can't give a legal right to somebody who doesn't exist. This is why they keep straw manning the antinatalist position. And this is why so many people are no longer an antinatalist because of the non-entity problem. But once I am here and I am a competent adult telling you that I don't want to be here, I think it is incumbent upon democracy and the public to respect my rights. Otherwise, they can't call themselves a free society. And so the point
LA.
No, it's not.
Let's turn it around. Let's look at the framing of your argument. You're saying you should have the right to have your views imposed on everybody else.
Stop
right?
saying that. Stop saying I'm not imposing on anybody.
Well, you want everybody to bend to your will, which is to allow the right to die freely for everybody, easily. Yeah,
You know
want
that's
that.
not what I'm saying. You know that.
No, he wants people not to be born.
No,
No,
that's
if they
exactly what
don't
he's
want
asking
to
for.
exist, if they don't want to
Hold on.
exist, they should not be forced to continue existing.
But no
LA. But in a real world scenario, you'd have to impose that on people who didn't agree with you, right?
No, I would not.
LA. Let me be clear here. In a real world scenario, you'd have to impose the framework that allows that in society on people who didn't believe it should be allowed in society.
That is, again, what you're basically saying is the slave who wants to be free is imposing his will on his master, because the slave should just remain as a slave.
There is no master, LA. You didn't consent to be. There was no oppression at the outset. There was nothing.
Okay, let me just use another example. It's like the Christians who say, if you want the right
LA, I don't give a shit about all of that. I just want to get back to this point. The point is, right, you're saying you want to change the framework of society so that everybody has access to a quick, free and easy death if they want to, yeah? They could just walk into a booth on the side of the street and leave this mortal realm. Now, that's what you want. There will be people who disagree with you, okay? But you want that as the kind of norm in society. So what you're actually doing is you're imposing you're saying you want to impose your way of seeing reality on people who don't see it like that. And to me, that makes you no different to the people you're arguing brought you here because their values were different from yours. You are the same as them.
What you're trying to do, you're trying to reposition the aggressors, the violent actors, as the victims, to say they impose life on you.
You are entirely the same as them. And the problem is, LA, you're trying to pull back and say, but I didn't consent to be born. But you can't get consent, LA. It all falls apart for you, LA.
Who am I inflicting violence against? I'm not inflicting violence against anybody. They're inflicting violence against me and those who don't want to exist. They are the aggressors. We are the victims. Period.
No, you are saying, right, what is your perfect way to die? I presume from what you said that you have a perfect way that you want to die. You don't want to live, so what is your perfect way that you want to die?
He already answered that, Wildheart. You already asked that.
Yeah,
I'm still trying to wrap my head around what D&W just said. How am I the aggressor? Because I don't want to.
All right, I have a bad memory.
That's emotionally charged language. That's emotionally charged language. I'm saying you are also trying to impose your will on others.
So because I don't want to exist, I'm harming somebody else. Because I don't want to be miserable.
You potentially are. You're making it maybe too easy. You
right.
Sound like yeah.
So I should be a slave to everybody else's needs.
I mean, there will be LA. There will be people who see death as a harm.
Right, because they're entitled to extract from other people's involuntary existence.
By definition, death is a harm.
They want to extract.
Say that. Sorry. Cerebus X. What did you say?
I said by definition, death is a harm.
It is a harm.
No,
yeah.
I agree.
It's only a harm if you don't consent to your death. But if you own your life, it is not a harm.
But you literally said that
it's a harm, but it might be ethical.
Good all the time. Like you literally.
Have you ever heard of misplaced consent? People who believe something and then later find out that their belief was mistaken. I mean, this is consent is problematic.
Let me read what I'm trying to remember what David Hume said about it. David Hume said that the person who dies causes no harm; he just ceases to do good.
Yeah, so that leads to a lack of good in the world. Because if he ceases to do good, then his dying would lead to a lack of good in the world.
But he had no duty to do good in the first place. You have no.
LA. Some might say.
I never said that.
LA. Some might say you're just a serial killer who can't do it himself.
I'm a serial killer. Am I trying to kill other people, or am I trying to kill myself?
What's your body count?
based on your own frustration.
I would say that those who procreate are the serial killers because they are the ones who cause their own children's deaths.
If you are an
Sure.
antinatalist, you are pro people not being born. That is
You can't kill somebody who was never born.
no, but I'm saying it will lead to a lack of humanity on the planet. You don't want any humans on the planet.
Right, but those people also would not die because they were never created in the first place.
Yeah, all right. Serial killer might be a bad way to phrase it, but you are pro no humanity.
Well,
So the serial killers are those who procreate.
You are
it's
pro.
the
no
it's the
human.
framework that allows people to die without any
Yeah.
friction is the serial killer thing. It's not the anti-natalist thing.
Serial killer. Yeah, I agree with
It's
that.
this, not considering that, the greater effects of what you're doing, wanting people to die. I mean, look, it may not be exactly like a serial killer, but there is a kernel there of similarity. You have to admit.
Yeah.
You want people to die.
The bottom line is that you guys don't care about freedom. You don't
Sorry, you've spoken way too much. Basically, you don't want any humans on the planet. Is that
No, I want them to be free to not exist if they don't want to. If everybody else wants to exist, they said, okay, you can't have it both ways. You can't say that we're being too harsh on the parents who procreate. Like nobody's going to agree with anti-natalism, right? But on the other hand, now the people are here. Now you're going to also say those people should not be free to no longer exist. So we can't criticize the parents who procreate, and we're going to force the people to exist and deprive them of medical assistance. So which one are you willing to give on?
Can you clean me up on the issue? I took an antinatalist to be someone who doesn't want people to be born in the first place.
We believe that procreation is unethical.
Right. Which will lead to no humans on this planet or presumably any planet. So you are anti-human.
Well, we believe in voluntary human extinction.
So you don't want any humans to exist.
Right.
Okay.
We got it right there. He said he doesn't want any humans to exist.
Yeah. So not just yourself, like everyone. Okay.
Right, but in the absence of that, because we already acknowledge that people are not going to stop procreating. But in the absence of that, those who exist should have the right to no longer exist. I can't control them, but they should not be able to control me.
Yeah, but that means that your ultimate goal is that no humans exist, even if humans are born by accident or whatever way. You're saying that they should have the right to not be alive anymore. So your ultimate goal is that no humans exist.
Right. So I would actually prioritize the pro-mortalism over anti-natalism because I can't control people I can't stop them from procreating, but I can advocate for a legal right for those who don't want to exist.
Right. I just fundamentally disagree with you.
Would you not have any brakes on the system at all? You would be so insistent that this should be so liberal that they could do it at any moment, no matter the story of their life or the situation of their medical files.
Yes, absolutely.
So you would let them have access to it, like at any stage of their lives, right? No matter how rich or they
well,
are.
I would probably say after the age of 18, but after the age of 18, yes, absolutely.
Wait, why not 25 when the brain's fully developed?
Because I'm talking about the age of legal majority. Once you're no longer under the control of your parents, you should be free to do whatever you want.
Yeah, but the thing is, we've learned since we've set those laws that you're really not fully developed until 25.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay, well, you can still go serve in wars. You can still pay taxes. So
yeah, I know it's weird. I totally get your point.
Yeah.
Right. I get that it's weird. But if we're gonna say, yeah, we should let people, go out on their own terms, maybe we should wait until their brain is fully there and then let them make the choice.
Yeah.
I feel like even if you waited till 25, even if they waited till 90, the public is still not going to support it. It's like they want to keep moving the goalposts because They
It
want to
doesn't
avoid.
matter.
LA, I
No.
don't understand LA. Like you
It
can.
doesn't. It doesn't
Sorry.
matter whether. Sorry. No, sorry. It
Oh,
doesn't
I
matter whether the politicians or the government fully support it. That is biological fact. The brain isn't fully developed till 25, so you should wait until 25.
It's actually saying they're actually saying into your 30s now is the latest.
I just
Well,
feel that
Oh,
it's a distraction.
Right up to 40, they say.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
your whole your 30s is kind of a state of finding yourself.
It's a distraction to get mired in the details. I don't really care about the details about what age is to be what, because the bottom line is that people don't support it. So we're not even there yet. We're not even there to even have the conversation.
But
And
LA,
we're talking about the details when you don't even support it. Who cares about the details?
You know,
because
LA. Can I just? But like you can actually do the deed without the help of the state. It's so easy to do it. I'm not advocating for it, but it is easy to do the deed that you.
All right. We know that.
But-
No shit,
but
fucking
wait,
Sherlock. We're not
You're
talking
saying
about
this, but aren't you transgender? Like, don't you need medical assistance? What if that was criminalized? How would you obtain?
Look, can we
market.
eradicate that from the art? We know it's easy.
Black
The
market.
point
I
is-
don't.
the
We
point
don't
is
know that it's
he wants
easy.
it- He wants
No.
it. Well,
No, we don't.
the methods are there. We know the methods. The
Yeah, they
methods
are there. So I'm trying to
No, but he
grasp.
doesn't. But he's worried. Look, he has legitimate worries from his point of view. He's worried that it can go wrong. That it's hard for some people. That some people want someone to hold their hand, and that's illegal. There's all manner of things. Like he wants it to be an occasion, so he can like maybe sit in the
Occasion?
cinema when it's happening,
That's
watching
weird.
his favorite film. Well, I mean, look, it's it's a momentous thing to do, is it
That's
not? Why,
really
why,
weird.
why would you want to do it? Why
LA,
would you want it to be a
LA,
half-assed?
As for your question, I can just get stuff on the black market. That's very easy to do. A black market is always going to.
Okay, you don't have to be telling people how to do it.
No. He's talking about his transition to from
yeah, but
male to female.
I'm sure the host would appreciate not talking about how to do illegal things.
That's not what we're talking about. He's talking.
But
Well,
it's
going
obvious.
on the black market is fucking de facto fucking illegal. So yes, you are being fucking assholes.
Okay, but at the same time, you would not want your transgenderism to be criminalized, right? You would want the freedom to go from male to female, or want man to woman.
It wouldn't make a big difference to me because of the things I just said now. So it wouldn't be that much of a big difference. Like, you ever heard of the political philosophy of legalism? That's a thing. Do things against the law, even if there is one. That's literally a anarchist thought. That's literally an anarchist school of thought.
All right, so
there.
I should stop advocating for transgender rights because transgender they already have the ability to go from male to female. They don't need any legal rights. Is that what you're saying?
To me, rights don't really matter as long as you can get access to whatever you want. It doesn't matter about rights or like restrictions, laws. It does, as long as you get access to something, you have it, right? It doesn't matter.
All right, so I'm no longer a trans activist. Anybody who wants to be transphobic, anybody who wants to deprive transgender of rights, it's basically fair game, open season on transgenders. They don't, and in fact, if you want to inflict violence against transgender, then you should have that right too, because it's your freedom.
LA.
It's not bothering me, by the way.
Another point to consider here is you are physically a healthy man. All of this is your thoughts and feelings. Okay, some might say you're mentally ill. Because your thoughts are making you feel disturbed and frustrated with life. Now, I know you will have a different view on that. You've intellectualized it and you see it differently. But some would say you are batshit crazy.
Okay.
Now, the point is, LA. If it is a matter of neurochemistry, which some people would advocate for it being the case, why are you arguing for, this easy access to immediate cessation of life rather than some kind of medical intervention that might make you see things differently and feel better about existence to the degree where you enjoy it and you want to be here?
I was just thinking about like a lobotomy.
if life was not imposed on me in the first place, if I was not forced to continue to exist, then my mental state would be completely irrelevant. So the mental state only exists as a consequence of the fact that I'm forced to exist. So you want to focus on my mental state, but you're not going to address my actual quality of life. You're not going to pay my student loan debt. You're not going to pay my utilities. You're not going to pay my electric bill. You're just basically you want.
I'm not. Look, anybody who kills themselves over a fucking utility bill, I would say that is a travesty. That is a.
Okay, what about 200,000 in student loan debt? How about that? Because you're trying to trivialize it. It's not just
you can always,
utility bill.
that is a lot of money. You can always move to a different country, start again.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm doing this year. Like I have so much.
Write it off after 7 years. You'll be all right.
No, it wouldn't be written off. It follows you for life.
In the United States, you can't write it off.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, no, you can't write it off. Yeah, that's
Well,
what I'm
loans.
doing.
You can't write off government loans anyway.
Fair enough.
Sorry,
Well,
what
the
was
point
that?
is, LA, my point still stands. You could just seek some kind of medical intervention to make you feel okay, but this isn't on your agenda. It
doesn't change anything. What about my?
It's not even on the horizon of your thoughts.
Let me just ask you this: if I chose to just think positive and live in a fairy tale land and take drugs and whatever you guys feel, this Pollyanna bias bullshit. What does that change about anything about my condition? I still have to work. I still have to pay bills. I still have to be enslaved to the state, obey laws that I did not consent to. It changes absolutely nothing.
So
you can find ways.
The only thing that changes is that you guys won't have to listen to me complain about my condition, which is your goal anyway.
I'll tell you what.
You don't actually want to help.
I take exception to that. I find it quite amusing.
The thing that would change is you would feel happy.
No, I would not feel happy. You guys just don't want to hear about it. You don't want to hear about the oppression that you inflict. You want us to shut up and be okay with it.
I don't get this.
If it is a matter of neurochemistry and you were given something that you were lacking to make you feel better, well, then you would feel happy, and none of this would matter.
So if I was miserable and just didn't complain about it, you guys would be perfectly okay with the fact that I was miserable. You just don't want to hear about it because you know that you are complicit.
You're happy, you're not miserable.
No.
No, it's not
The
that.
point is, by the way, I am being the host here. I'm trying to ask probing questions to see if your thoughts are valid. So don't assume my position. I am asking questions. We're exploring this together. Okay. I think it's an interesting topic, and it is very much off the time because, euthanasia, medical assisted dying, all these things are on the political agenda. So it is something worth talking about. But LA, I just think your view begs the question: why aren't you seeking alternatives to your mental state of frustration and despair, which might include taking something to make you feel better, or why aren't you campaigning for better, research into these kind of mental states so that people can feel better rather than have to kill themselves?
Because that's not the problem. Whether they feel better or not changes nothing.
Okay. Then I got actual.
Sorry. Can I just ask one?
I'll be right back. Behave yourselves. Wildheart next. Then please, Cerberus Hex.
Right. So you're saying you never wanted to be born, and at this point in time, you want to be dead. You want to kill yourself.
I'm not saying that I would do it tomorrow, but I want the right to do whenever I decide I'm ready to do it.
Which you already have in different countries, right?
I don't have it in the United States. I'm not a citizen of those countries.
You don't have to be a citizen. You can just go to that country and have that.
Canada, you have to be a citizen. I'm not sure about Switzerland or whatever, but I'm not a resident.
You don't have to be. You can just go to. I forget which country it is in the. Oh, this is really annoying.
There's one country that has booths you can literally go to and lay down.
Let me just to answer your original question.
No. My question is: so you never wanted to be born, and now you want to die?
What?
I don't know how to put this in a nice way, but why don't you just go and kill yourself?
Shut up!
Let-
Shut up! Shut up, Wild Heart. LA. Something just struck me there, right? All you guys, Yerf Dogs is right. Stop saying KYS. Stop saying, yeah, I've said it to
sorry.
please.
Sorry.
Train yourself for this show and for future shows. You know, use your fucking nut. I know I've slipped up as well, but yeah, apparently
It's hard sometimes, you know,
Big
DMW.
Brother
It's
is
hard.
watching.
That's
Yeah,
not
I
an
know,
excuse.
I know,
It's
I know,
hard.
I know it's hard, but fucking get with the program. All of us have to.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I got.
I was trying to answer your question.
LA.
Los Angeles. Haha.
LA, you solve nothing. You impose the suffering on others with your view. You are as bad as anybody else. You are basically arguing, right, that people who feel shit should just be given access to end themselves. And what that is, and that solves everything. It doesn't solve anything. It means that people are still brought into this world and end up feeling shit and end up having to do that act, which is no laughing matter. It's no laughing matter that someone gets to that stage where they feel that terrible. And you're glazing over that by saying, oh, but they could just end it. But you know what, LA? You're as bad as all these enslaved.
But you're not even. You're
not tackling the root cause, which is the suffering. And I'm saying to you, you'll be better off campaigning for, you know, science to try and solve these mental health problems that these people are having. And it's not just mental health. I know there's physical problems that cause people to go as well.
Actually,
so why aren't you campaigning for more money to be spent on medical research and development?
wait.
Because that is the real problem here. That is the real problem here.
Right,
Where
but
am I
you're
at
not.
lying?
But you're not even an
Where am I at lying?
anti-Newland. So you're not even an anti.
LA, you're just saying fuck all them. Let them be born. Let them suffer.
No.
Let them suffer so much that they have to choose to end it. You are abysmally evil.
But you're the one who's saying let them be born because you're not an anti-nihilist. And once they're here, then you want to force them.
LA, I'm being pragmatic. I'm looking at the reality of the situation. I'm not a solipsistic narcissist who thinks that everything resolves around me. I realize other people see reality differently from me, okay? And therefore, I have to look at what is happening and try and fix the problems. Now, the problems are suffering. I agree. You have zero solutions.
So because they see the world differently, they have the right to impose their will on other people. Is that what you're saying? They impose their existence, force them to exist. And if you resist your enslavement, then somehow you're the aggressor.
What do you thought?
I'm saying ultimately this is your number one cause, and I'm saying it is not the number one cause. If you think about things, the number one cause is medical research and development into that which is causing people to suffer. If
No,
they
it's not.
Suffer,
It's
none
not
of this
true.
would be a fucking problem, LA.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this. Because you want to talk about mental health, whatever treatment. How about addressing the underlying problems which is causing people to have these mental health crises in the first place? It's such a band-aid for, it's like, what about the systemic problems, which is the capitalism, the democide, the democratic oppression, and then you want to continue the oppression and then tell people to go counseling. So it's like, if somebody's a victim of rape, it's like, okay, you should just endure the fact that you were sexually assaulted and just get mental health treatment. You're not going to
maybe LA we should deal with what causes fucking psychopaths and people who would do those things. Maybe that's what we should do as a society. LA.
They are the people who should get the mental health treatment.
You're saying don't do any of that, just let people off themselves. I'm saying try and find fucking solutions to what is causing the people to want to off themselves.
I think there's enough people advocating for what you're saying. There's not enough people advocating for what I'm saying. There's not enough people advocating.
So what you're saying solves nothing. What you're saying solves nothing. What you're saying solves nothing.
Sorry.
No, don't you dare, Wildheart. I'm taking the turn after he's done going around the circle again.
And this is why I don't care, because I know that people don't care about my oppression, but they want me to care about their bullshit. So I'm going to use my limited.
If I could just try and simplify it.
No, we're not. You're not going.
No, Wildheart, please let this other guy Hex say something, please.
Well,
now we're pretty far away from it now, so I'm going to have to bring it all back up again. You said it's not about feeling better; it's that you want the right to end, right? And not only that, you think it's ethical to end, and you think it's unethical to stay alive.
No, that's not my. It's unethical to force people or to deny them the right if they want to have that right.
Is it ethical for human beings to live?
If they choose to live, but they shouldn't be forced to live.
That seems like a contradiction of the antenatalist position.
No, wait.
But what I'm getting to, if well, you did say before that it has nothing to do with how you feel about it, right? That's why you took exception to him saying, "Why don't you get some treatment?" What I'm asking you, if you think people shouldn't be born,
not just
right?
get
And
to
it's
treatment, he
wrong.
should be advocating for and asking for more money to go into research and development. That's what I'm saying, Hex. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was talking to what he was speaking to. Why then are you for things that help prevent people from, deleting themselves?
I don't. What are you talking about?
I mean, if someone wants to delete themselves, right? You're for that, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so why would you then? You don't want policies that would keep people from deleting themselves, right?
No, I don't. I don't support that at all. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, I'm trying to make sure I'm trying to get to something here. So I've been told, for example, that transgender people being able to transition helps prevent them from deleting themselves. So
True,
you would be against allowing them to transition because that would keep them from deleting themselves.
Yeah, in some ways.
I mean, I actually support transgender rights, but I was just trying to make a point.
Well, in that case, then you're pro.
You're all over the place, LA. You're all over the place.
LA, I'm trying to.
LA. You've
I
lost
was
your marbles.
talking about the lack of reciprocity.
You've lost your marbles. You're a bag of marbles rolling all over
My
the floor.
point is that if I, my point is that if,
argument.
my point is that if I support transgender rights, then he should support my rights. It should be mutual. Why am I supporting your rights and you don't give a shit about my rights?
That seems kind of a bit like selfish in some ways. Like if it can be interpreted as such, right? Kind of.
I don't care about being selfish. Everybody should be selfish. They're already being selfish, and they're already imposing their will on other people. I'm not doing that.
Hold on. Another flaw in his argument. He says he doesn't care about being selfish. Everyone should be selfish. Well, LA, if that's the case, it's just might makes right, isn't it? And just shut up then, because other people have more power than you. They're being selfish, and you have no problem with that. So shut up, put up, and get back in your box.
They're already doing that. They're already doing that, which is why you should be selfish to resist their selfishness.
You shouldn't have any problem with that then, because they're just doing what you think is right, i.e. being selfish.
I'm not imposing my will on other people, though. That's what they're doing.
You said these. Oh, never mind.
They have democracy in the state on their side. I do not. They have a monopoly on physical force. I do not.
If I can just, I don't see why those things are such like tantamount, dude. You can literally circumnavigate those things. There are ways that exist and do the deed that makes you a delete you. So I don't understand. I really don't understand.
Nobody should have to do that. Nobody should have to do that.
By the way, life abolitionism. I'm inviting you to come for a drink. Have a laugh, and I think you might enjoy life a little bit.
Why does everybody assume that I don't have any fun, that I don't do anything? Like, just because I come on YouTube, you don't know like what my life is. I don't enjoy life, but it's not like I don't have any fun at all. I still don't enjoy life.
That's a valid comeback to us. Yeah, but like,
no, it's not. To be fair, he's saying everyone presumes that I don't enjoy life, but I do enjoy life.
No, I have fun. So I have temporary moments of fun. I overall still don't enjoy life.
Okay, so you enjoy life at some points, but you don't enjoy it. Well, welcome to the human race.
No, I think most people overall, they claim that they actually enjoy life. At least, maybe, I don't know if they're telling truth, because a lot of people are lying.
Not all the time.
Hold on. I want to make sure something is heard. LA, I do respect you. I don't dislike you. I want you to make sure I'm not that that I am listening to you and I am concerned. I do worry about you. You say we shouldn't worry about you, but at the same time you say, yeah, you enjoy life, but you have little moments of temporary joy that don't make it worthwhile. Okay, I worry about that. LA, that is something to worry about. Why aren't those little bits of joy that you're getting making it all worthwhile? I'm sorry, LA. It's still a you problem.
At the end of the day, it's not like I'm weak, like I can't endure it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't have any purpose. Why am I doing this? At the end of the day, I'm going to die anyway.
Yeah, you are going to die. You are. That is the grisly truth. Now, the point is, you got to find a reason to be here. It's up to you whether you want to have.
I've tried to find a reason. I don't have one.
I can't tell you the reason, but
I don't have a reason.
Suggest one of your reasons could be trying to help people who. Well, what about trying to help other schizoid individuals who are frustrated mentally and feeling miserable because of existence?
And
what about
also,
trying to get that into the political sphere? That's something that might actually be workable. Maybe we should do more research and development into why certain people feel absolutely atrociously miserable in this existence. Why is that? That's not fair. LA, I'm on your team. I don't think it's fair that there are that there is anybody out there having a terrible time, because you're right, they didn't choose to be here, but they are here now. You can't really blame anyone for that, because that's just existence, the way it's panned out. The DNA molecule and all that, and hard determinism. But some of us can have a heart and say, yeah, we want to help these poor fuckers, make them feel better. I'm sorry, LA, you wanting to end it isn't going to solve the fact that there's going to be many after you who will feel as shit as you or more shit. You're solving nothing. You're allowing the conveyor belt to continue churning out people who feel shit.
Okay, I actually address this in my book. The reason why the whole pro-modalism component is important is because if everyone knew that people had the right to readily go out, those who want to procreate, they would be deterred because they would not necessarily see a return on their investment. They would invest 18 years of raising a child, and they would have no guarantee they would actually see this child do out whatever expected return on investment they thought they were going to get. So why would anybody procreate if they knew that their children could just willy-nilly go at a moment's notice? They would be deterred. And so it actually promotes antinatalism. If everyone knew that, they would actually have a less desire to procreate.
That's already a thing.
No, it's not in the United States. If that was part of the zeitgeist where they knew that in this country,
talking about the worrying. I'm talking about the worrying parent stuff. You don't think that's already a worry that they have?
No. Most parents assume that their children will outlive them, and they think that their death, the children's death, has nothing to do with them because they don't actually have to see it.
I want to let you know right now, it is a thing parents worry about.
They don't care. It's out of if they were worried about
it, they do care.
No, they don't. If they cared, they wouldn't have imposed life on them in the first place, knowing that life comes with a death sentence.
No, they do not agree with you. That doesn't mean they don't care.
No, they impose.
Think you're stupid.
They impose that death sentence on their children, so they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but they just think you're stupid. It's not that they don't care.
And I think that they're evil. And I think they murder. I think they murdered their own damn children.
Yeah, but that doesn't make them not care.
They don't care because they're the one who caused it.
I get that you don't think they do, but I'm telling you,
guys.
They do.
Hi, listen. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So, LA, there's other solutions to ending your life than, to feel better about life. Remember what I was talking about earlier on, that a lot of these are chemicals in the brain like dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, endorphins. Maybe you're doing something that's keeping your baseline dopamine level low. So maybe you should abstain from, things that are causing too much dopamine rapid fire. But do you have some kind of addiction? I don't know, pornography or
this is very
on social media? You should. You don't have to answer that directly, but you should ask yourself these questions: what am I doing that's making my brain more depressed? And what could I do that could make it more happy? Like, for example, joining a gym, eating healthy, going outside and walking in nature. Just ask yourself these questions.
the very people who are claiming that everyone should be happy, they're the ones who are causing all the misery in the first place. They're the ones who are making everybody's lives a living hell. They're the ones who support democracy. They support capitalism. They support every authoritarian tool that exists today. And then they want to say, oh, I just want everybody to be happy, while actively making everybody miserable.
It's more about what you make of it. It's not really about other people. It's more about you. These are internal problems that I'm seeing here. Because we all live in the same world, but not everybody wants to kill themselves. But you do. That's more a problem of your brain.
Because I want to be free from your tyranny. I want to be free from you and your oppression. And that is the only way I can be free from you.
Can I ask
rubbish?
Can I ask a serious question to try and help this guy? Have you been to a general practitioner, a doctor, a medical advisor to try and get...
Wait, because I'm kind of busy, I can't stay on continuously like what I was yesterday, so I'm still listening now.
Go ahead, finish.
Like, depression is often like lack of chemicals in the brain, like serotonin.
It's actually been debunked. That's been debunked, actually. It's not because of your...
This, I'm just asking.
What's being debunked, Fatima?
Have you been to...
Depression is something wrong with your brain. No, there's no correlation between them.
Really?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, let him finish his question, because I already know the answer.
For a second. Jesus wept. Fatima, so where did you get that from?
It doesn't
Fatima.
matter. I'm trying to help the guy. It doesn't matter. We don't need to go into a meta conversation.
I can answer your question. I know what your question is. The reason why I'm against it is because I've actually done content on my channel where if you go and get mental health treatment, I have no desire to get mental health treatment. But if you do, it's not to help you. What they do is they put you in a system. They put a stigma on you. The police will actually come. They will force you to get force you to get injected with drugs, and then they actually detain people against their will. So I've already researched the statutes, and they can actually confine you against your will, and you lose your right. You can lose your right to own a gun. So why would I voluntarily put myself in a system when I don't have to?
No, I live in England. That is not true.
I live in the United States, so I don't know what your laws are in England. I'm telling you, in the United States.
In the United States. Have you been to a general...
Okay, I'm getting off the panel. I'm getting off that. Y'all have a good day.
Night, LA.
I'm sorry, but I was genuinely trying to help the guy. Depression and suicidal thoughts are often put down to chemical processes in the brain. And it can be helped by medication and talk therapies and stuff like that. I know.
Yes,
Okay,
I know.
so
I've got to too.
I've read his book, and I've read about half of it. Excuse me, and then I deleted it from his Kindle. You'll notice he runs away whenever I come on, because he knows that I have the knowledge base to just call him out for his bullshit. What he does is he cites legal cases, and he cites, John Locke and all this kind of stuff to make himself look smart and learned. What he does is he actually lies about what the cases say, and he lies about what the philosophers say. So I'm going to basically, I'm just going to give you
I'll just say one thing. Don't call him names right now. You can do that. Just talk about the ideas. Talk about the ideas.
I respect that. That's fine. Okay. He has an idea, which is the foundation of all his thinking. It's called the disposal rights test, which his basic argument is that, and I'll actually quote from his book. This is from his book. So it's from part 1, chapter 1. You believe you own your own life. Test that belief with a straightforward question. Can you dispose of it? Can you legally contract with a physician for medically assisted Can you exercise what property law recognizes as the ultimate incident of ownership, the right to dispose of what you possess? The Supreme Court in Plessy v. Ferguson defined slavery as slavery implies involuntary servitude, a state of bondage. He went through this earlier in the discussion. the ownership of mankind as chattel, or at least the control of the labor services, blah, 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 blah. And the absence of a legal right to the disposal of his own person, property, and services. The critical element for our analysis is the final phrase: the absence of a legal right to disposal of his own person, property, and services. The disposal rights test applies this definition directly. If you lack the legal right to dispose of your own person, you meet the court's definition of slavery. So he is saying that because of the comments in the Plessy judgment, that proves that our society, we're all slaves. The problem is this: that Plessy quote is only talking about rights that are undermined by chattel slavery. And the term disposal is only being used in the sense of an individual's right to freely and autonomously choose how they want to offer and use their own labor, body, and belongings in a free society. It's got nothing to do with a legal right to access physician-assisted blah, blah, blah. And furthermore, I want to make the point, nobody at the time of that judgment, because it was 1896, nobody at that time had access to the services that we're discussing, whether you were a slave or a free man. There is no conceivable way for the Plessy judgment to be applied in service of life abolition's disposal rights test. It's just it's such a distortion of the judgment and what the judge said. It's utter fucking nonsense. The second point I'm just going to quickly jump to, he also talks about how the slave apparently it demands, it asserts absolute ownership over you. And the case, oh, by the way, Plessy was overruled essentially by Brown, so it's no longer good case law anyway. But the second issue, Washington v. Glucksberg, which was a 1997 case. Now, the issue in this case was whether or not the due process clause of the 14th Amendment of the American Constitution resulted in an unimpeded right to physician-assisted da, 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 da. Life Abolition claims that the judgment articulates why the state prohibits an autonomous disposal and the master state's policy justification for maintaining life slavery. So he invokes that master life thing. So I won't quote, I'll just jump through to the analysis. He quotes a judge, Justice Stevens, which was a concurring judgment in that case. And he says, Justice Stevens' concurrence in Glucksberg contains the most glaring admission in the entire legal history of life slavery. God, he's such a fucking drama queen. Stevens explicitly articulated why the state prohibits an autonomous disposal, not for your benefit, but for the collective's benefit in continuing to extract value from your involuntary existence. That's his language. You would have heard him say as well. Extracting value from your involuntary existence. It's his whole framing. Here's and he goes on to quote Stevens. The state has an interest in preserving and fostering the benefits that every human being may provide to the community, a community that thrives on the exchange of ideas, expression of affection, shared memories, blah, 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 blah. Okay, but the point in Stevens' judgment, the value to others of a person's life is far too precious to allow the individual to claim a constitutional entitlement to complete autonomy and making a decision, excuse me, to end that life. So then in his book, LA says, read that carefully. This is a justice of the Supreme Court explaining why the state cannot allow you to opt out. You are too valuable to the collective to be permitted to opt out. This is the master state's policy justification for maintaining life slavery. But again, he's distorting and misrepresenting what the judgment said. Stevens was not articulating anything to do with a master state, blah, 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 just absolute nonsense. He was talking about the interconnectedness of human life and society. We possess communal as well as individual value. And Stevens actually went on in his judgment to make the point that the court needs to consider circumstances where the individual's right to accessing physician-assisted there are going to be cases where that overrides any assertion or claim by the state to prevent it. So in fact, the judgment was not talking about master state slavery. It was considering all the possible options. And another point that's important, in that case, the case was, Stephen's comments were presented in the context of a case concerning a positive constitutional entitlement, which is not the same as freedom from state interference in accessing such services. That's what LA is agitating for. He's not agitating for a positive constitutional entitlement. He's advocating for freedom from state interference. So the court judgment is irrelevant to his whatever he's fucking arguing for. And so therefore it's an error to interpret the judgment in that case as being directly relevant to the stuff that he's arguing. I mean, there's other stuff I can get into here. You know,
please don't. I'm going to sound like a cunt now. Please don't. I didn't understand any of that. Most of us are not American. Oh, most of
I'm not American either. So,
I know you're
yeah, okay. Maybe just go back and listen to it. Maybe just go back and listen to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Just another thing, you know, this is a guy who says he's not going to be vegan because vegans don't support antinatalism, which is just such nonsense way of viewing the world. He said it earlier. I'm not going to support the transgender stuff because you don't support me. The guy's whack.
Yeah,
the whole thing is, he calls himself a Randian objectivist, okay?
What? Oh,
but,
no.
Ayn Rand, but he missed the message. You see, when Ayn Rand speaks of selfishness, what she means is living by reason to actuate.
Oh, no, that's subjectivism and all that.
Fuck up and just let me finish, dude. What Ayn Rand means is living by reason to actuate your best self as your highest moral purpose. That's what Rand means by selfishness. But LA thinks it means adopting the role of an unwilling victim and demanding that individuals in society give him everything he demands. He thinks the world revolves around him. And I think he is a detriment. The issue at the heart of what he's discussing is really important, and it needs informed discussion. He is a detriment to that discussion, an absolute fucking detriment. That's all I'm going to say there.
Ayn Rand, you think that Ayn Rand is a
He uses Ayn Rand's philosophy. Damn, then that's
you know that Ayn Rand was a woman.
Yeah, she was.
Well, I don't know why that's. I mean, I've read some of Ayn Rand. I like what she says. I'm not that against her at all.
Yes.
The only point I'm making is that you misinterpret it again, just the same as
I'm just questioning how informed you can be when you think that Ayn Rand was a man.
Okay, so the point. This is not about Rand. The point is, LA just misinterprets and misrepresents all the time, just to get his own selfish way. It's utter nonsense. And this claim that he has that he's living without consent. You're dealing with a guy who was on record in these streams who said the state that he has no agency.
You know that Ayn Rand was a woman.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm just going to finish.
You just said you are dealing with a man, and he's talking about Ayn Rand, who was a woman.
I'm going to finish off, and then I'll let you interrupt. Okay.
Well,
what? And you fucking throw me. Okay, no. What LA has said on these streams in the past is that he has no agency because the state forced him to take out student loans for his education, and he had no agency in making that decision. Utter fucking crap. The second thing is he's on record, he's on his Substack, he's done a big thing about the bar exam, which he failed. He failed the bar exam, and then he went on a big rant about how the bar exam is illegitimate state coercion, yada, yada. But my question to LA, if you now believe that the legal profession is so corrupt and bad and all the things you've said about it, why did you spend tens of thousands of dollars and all your time and energy getting a JD and trying to do the bar exam to get to enter a profession which you're now saying is fundamentally corrupt? Why did you do that? It seems to me that you wanted to get the benefits of being part of the profession, but since you didn't meet the requirements to get into the profession, you're now on this fucking nonsense rambling rant all the time about how the profession is corrupt and yada yada yada. He's so it's all about me. It's me. And I've gone through this in the live stream on my channel and more detail, but the final thing I'll finish off with, and I promise this is it. As I said on my live stream, what he does, every conversation he's in, he will always bring the conversation around to this pet issue. And it inevitably puts other people's channels in danger because of the nature of the content, the subject matter. And I think that is so disrespectful to other people's channels. Because he's been banned already for talking about this stuff. And now he's on, other people's channels just talking about it, the same stuff that got him banned. So I think that's so the epitome of selfishness and disrespect. So that's me.
Can I just apologise? And sorry, it's probably my fault. I got confused between you talking about Iron Man being a man and a woman, and people talking about her being men. And, yeah, that was probably my fault. I apologise for that. I'm sorry.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm done. That's the guy. The guy's. It's a shell game. The whole thing's a shell game.
But I know about Iron Man, and I disagree with her completely.
So do I. Yeah, and it's a surprise to me that he would use her. So he's pretty much like a very self-absorbed person. Then if he likes Ayn Rand like that much to an extreme, and yeah,
it's interesting because Ayn Rand is all about individuals.
Yeah,
basically
absolutely.
Self-actuating. But what he's demanding is that other people become slaves to what he wants, which is in direct contradiction with what Ayn Rand said. So it's Ayn Rand for him, but not for everybody else. So Ayn Rand is not the discussion topic, just to be clear. It's the way he approaches that. And this is why he runs away, because I've read his book and I'm informed on I know where he goes wrong. That's why he won't debate me. That's why he won't come face to face with me. He's a chicken shit. Anyway, done. Thanks for your time.
I checked his book. It's over 400 pages. I'm like, damn, how much? And wow, that's a lot. Like, how much can you speak in that amount of time?
Yeah, so he was talking about a YouTuber who was discussing Iron Man, and he might have been a man, but Iron Man was a woman, and that's where I got confused. Yeah, sorry.
So this boozy guy, 721, I didn't mention his character. Apart from the agency thing, I addressed his arguments. I addressed exactly what he said. I know intricately and intimately the bullshit game that he's playing. You don't. So, and I didn't destroy his character. If you undermine somebody's arguments, that is not the same as destroying their character. I'm tired of that retarded nonsense.
But how did we get into Iron Man? And I've kind of lost the.
It's because LA came. It says LA. Yerf Dog says that LA was principally using Ayn Rand as like a starting point or something like that, or as an influence and as his reasoning essentially. Yeah.
Yeah, but we were talking about something else before, and I forget what it was.
Catch up.
Like laws, court laws in the U.S., which are very, very complicated already, And I'm from America, and I don't even know half of those law cases.
Yeah, I'm just lost at this moment. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
What really speaks to me is that he thinks that he has no agency when you can do the deed in any way you want, I'm not saying you should, people, but you can do it at any way you want. So who's stopping him? Honestly, who is besides himself when it comes to that?
Don't encourage him. Don't fucking say he should do it. You know, he has agency. And come on. As I say,
I'm not encouraging anyone.
I think his view doesn't solve the problems that cause people to want to feel like that. And I think that they are the real issues. But he doesn't seem to agree with that. You know, he doesn't.
And he
seem
goes
to
around
agree
calling everybody else a narcissist who disagrees with him, which I find just a touch projection-y.
That's ironic.
You get my point. He's arguing we should have free access, very easy access to what he wants, but it doesn't address the causation of the terrible feelings that people have that arrive at that point. You know.
Well, that's a comment that Objective Ethics, I think, made that comment in the chat somewhere. And I think I may have responded. It's all about his whole thing is not about optimizing society for people. That's not what he's about. His whole thing is about getting society to bend to his demands, his individual demands. That's what it is.
And it does, but it may be that he thinks he's solving something, but I don't think he is. This is the problem. He's allowing he's allowing the problems to fester and continue.
He's muddying the waters. Because it's just all noise and it's based on misrepresentations and awful logic. It's just, and it's okay. We don't like talking about the guy, but Gary Moser does the same thing. Just piles all this fucking noise into the space, and it's like, can you not do that, please? Because these are important discussions, and then suddenly there's this extra layer of nonsense that we have to sort of sweep away. It's annoying.
Okay, going back to the topic, it was a conversation starter, and it seems to definitely have started one. But would you like to give some views on the answer to this question? Are we all just slaves? Are we enslaved to power, money, DNA, to existence itself? Yerf Dogs, what do you say?
I think to DNA, of course. Yeah, I think that goes without saying. I think we overestimate ourselves in terms of, free will, all that kind of stuff. We are, our purpose is to reproduce, and everything else is just extra. All of these discussions we're having, all of our philosophy, all of our opinions and our ideas, that's just something that evolution has somehow ended up with. And it's kind of testing to see whether that makes for reproductive viability. That we're just here to reproduce. That's all we are. We're just reproducing machines. We're not a slave. Okay, to culture, we are molded by the culture that we grew up in. That's absolutely true. Whether we're a slave to it or not, I think that's overstating it. Again, if we're all slaves, then we just. I talked about free will earlier, but we can affect change in our own lives. We can direct ourselves to existence. Are we slaves to existence? I agree with Julio Cabrera when he talks about existence makes it is so structurally defective that it's impossible to act as moral agents. I agree with him on that. That's what he calls moral disqualification. To money, maybe we are. Slave is a strong word. I really object to that word, I think. So anyway, that's a quick overview of. I hope that's something valuable.
Yeah, some good takes there.
But
I think it all comes back to the definition of slave.
Cecil, you've been very quiet. Have you got any thoughts on the question and just the general topic of the show?
Kinda. I don't know. I'm pretty limited with my knowledge, but I kind of feel that it depends how you look at things, really. To be a slave to something is to be controlled by it. But whenever we're talking about the mind and everything relative to ourselves, you realize you're only kind of enslaved by yourself, by your own understanding. And this understanding can lead to good or bad. And for every good, there is also the same for bad. Like if you have a highest amount of good, you're always going to have a lowest amount of bad. It's a duality effect. And I think we kind of chose to be here. So just like we're not bound by DNA or any kind of thought, because all these thoughts are just limited to our own mind. They don't exist outside of us. I'm not saying you should give up like morals. I mean, not morals, but it's like you should have a moral relativity, I guess. It's like to the things around you. I get to kind of accept everything around you and not be just like absorbed in it, in these ideas and these, I guess, futures or pasts. You can kind of just stay present and kind of pick your own life, even if you have to build it up yourself. I think
That's
all the what'd you say?
That's pretty noble. You know, if you don't like where you are, you know, just go pick it somewhere else. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's really what it comes down to. I mean, there's a reason why God decided to incarnate as a human. God decided to limit itself. It's all for experience. I mean, that's where we see expansion throughout the universe, and it's still expanding. That tells me that this thing isn't ending anytime soon. And since there's this great big energy that's magnitudes larger than us, it kind of feels like it would be the same perspective as if you're looking at an organism from a microscope. You see all these different details about it and you can absorb it from a view, but you are above it. And I think this idea that humans are the only ones who can see biological like beings below it is kind of ignorant in a way. Because if we can kind of observe things and kind of limit them and, I mean, give detail to them, then a higher being would obviously be able to do the same to us. And I feel like this higher being is choosing to be this. And I don't think we're bound by anything really. I think. Oh, sorry.
Oh well, I don't know. I'm not sure about the higher being part, but like I do agree that like you can take some matters into your own hand because that's what I'm doing this year.
I think that's really good because the main thing is initiative, having this energy to want to do something, and that's where you get like the negative or the positive. Your output on reality, it definitely does reflect. You pretty much.
I'll be right back. Thank you for that, Cecil. Kenny, you're back. You obviously have something to say. Say it. I'll be right back, guys. Please keep the show going for a little bit.
Okay, yeah. So I've been doing a little bit of research into the difference between slavery and citizenship. And in America, in the Civil Rights Act in 1866, the way they got rid of the slaves was by giving them citizenship. So I'm just going to go through some bullet points briefly about the difference between citizenship and slavery. So citizenship, legal status, recognized as a member of a state or nation with specific rights. Slavery, legal status, considered property of another person with no legal personhood. Citizenship, rights and freedoms. Citizens typically have rights such as freedom of speech, the right to vote, and access to legal protections. Slavery, no participation, lack of rights. Slaves have no rights or freedoms. They are forced to work and obey. They have no participation. Slaves cannot participate in government or civic activities. Citizenship, participation. Citizens can participate in governance and civic activities. Slavery, coercion. Slaves involves coercion with individuals deprived of autonomy and choice. Citizenship, autonomy. Citizens have the ability to make choices regarding their lives and responsibilities. Slavery, exploitation. Slaves are exploited for labour without compensation or legal protection. Citizenship, protection. Citizens are entitled to protection under the law and government. So there you are. There's a difference between slavery and citizenship.
You fucking have a paper for that? Damn.
And these are really important distinctions. And that if we don't make those distinctions, we can't have productive, forward-moving discourse about this kind of stuff. You know, if somebody says that they care so much about an issue, but they just flood it with nonsense, well, then they don't care about the issue. They only care about putting the spotlight on themselves to the detriment of the issue at hand.
Yeah, I can see that. 100%.
Happens in antinatalism all the time.
I don't know. I think I think he just had a kind of paradox thing going. I think he was on the right track because he was wanting to kind of unlimit himself, but I didn't get the full context. I like the end, so I don't know fully.
It's no laughing matter. It's no small point. It's not something that you can just say we should do this without thinking about it very deeply. As I say, he's arguing for easy access to ending one's existence, but he's not arguing for helping people who exist or trying to prevent them getting to that point. And I made that point the whole show, and I think that's the big issue here. Why is he willing to allow people to go through the mental suffering or the physical suffering that gets them to that point where they can't take it anymore? He says it's not his job to worry about that. He didn't ask to exist. Nobody did. Get with the program. Nobody asked to exist. We find ourselves to be, and in finding ourselves to be, there is the burden of existence placed on our shoulders, and it is a huge problem. But that's it. We have problems to solve, whether you like it or not. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is.
We all must carry our cross, as it were.
And if I could address that as well, like you're right, DNW, and this is one of the things that pisses me off about this space, not this channel, but the whole antinatalism, that kind of whole space. There is always a push in that particular direction, but there's never good discussion about, hey, there are other choices. Let's talk about how we can help people move away from that direction. Everyone's
let's shuffle them into the right to no longer exist group.
That's right. That is
rather than show them ways they might be able to boost the natural hormones and chemicals in their body that will make them feel differently.
That's right. And there are minors in these places that are being pushed and nudged in that direction, and it infuriates the fuck out of me.
And look, none of us agree with each other on everything. Kenny came on here. I don't agree with him about everything he says. But you know what he said yesterday about addiction, I found very, very useful, extremely useful, and it is something we should be mindful of as human beings. How much of our frustration is unnecessary? How much of our mental suffering is unnecessary? I mean, life abolitionism himself says he is a schizoid individual who doesn't like being around people. Well, why is he going online talking to people? Why isn't he just
self-diagnosed? That is self-diagnosed. It is not a diagnosis.
I don't think he has that. I don't think he's been diagnosed properly. Well, he wouldn't. He would be suffering more.
Well, no, but look. Don't you dare say what he is or isn't. Okay, he says we have to take it for what he says. He says he is. Okay, so we can't say he isn't. Okay, if he feels that way, he feels that way. But the point is, maybe he himself has to realize that being online is causing him mental suffering.
It's also a form of communication.
Maybe he would feel better if he wasn't doing that. I'm just putting that out there.
I just want to push back a little bit there. If someone comes on here with a self-diagnosis, I think it's reasonable to question that.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
You can't say what they are. You can't say what they are. You can question. You can't say what they are.
Fair enough. That's totally cool.
It is pretty hard to tell a lot of the times.
Yeah, it is pretty because you don't know the person. But like, if he was dealing with schizo, like actual schizo, he would be having a hard time accessing things online.
Yeah,
Though.
apparently, it's a spectrum. It's a
Oh
spectrum.
no, I mean, I'm a schizophrenic, but I'm diagnosed one.
Hello to LA. LA, I don't hate you. I actually quite like you. I just think that, some of your views are unfortunately the cause of your suffering. And I wish I could liberate you from them. Now, you're going to say that's patronizing. You're going to call me an asshole for that. And that's part of this kind of tragic set of circumstances, because I don't want you to feel bad. And me talking about it makes you feel bad. And I don't know what to suggest. Only if you don't like what I'm saying, you don't have to listen. I do invite you on here to have your say. And you are welcome to come back on even now if you want to.
If he wants to come back on, I'll keep my
Just need more money.
I mean,
Like maybe he'd be happier with more money. I mean, I think people like who don't have money, like everything seems like, the end of the world, and then you get money, and it's like, oh, like suddenly everything's good again. I think it's just a money issue. I think people just need more money, in my opinion. Because when you have money, you can do whatever you want, and you're happy. Maybe you just need to get a job.
Money doesn't buy you happiness.
Oh, it does. Absolutely.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
It's a scientific, psychological fact that even lottery winners, after 6 months, when the novelty fades away, they go back to their default happiness level, and some of them become really miserable.
That has been shown. Yeah.
In
fact, there's also studies that show that if you have a life experience at a certain economic strata, and then suddenly you get a lot of money and you move up into another one, it can be a source of neuroticism for you, because, for example, you're not accepted in that group, that layer of society, and it can cause you psychological problems.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with that. You can give me all the studies you like and all the peer-reviewed research. However, I would like to quote the preeminent 20th century philosopher David Lee Roth. Money can't buy you happiness, but it can buy you a fucking big boat to sail up alongside it on.
Van Halen. Van Halen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It does buy you more opportunities for distraction and trying to salve that angst and frustration you might have.
It certainly gives you more freedom. You can live in, when you've got a lot of money, you can live in any city, any neighborhood that you want. You can buy, if you have millions, you can buy a good size house with no neighbors, a big garden, and that'll be a novelty at first, but you'll still revert back to your default happiness level.
I get that, but it would be a lot easier to keep yourself busy and
But that's the thing in that book, the dose effect that I was telling you about yesterday, that the dopamine comes from hard work and effort, so sometimes the hardest workers are more happy than the people who have got too much time on their hands and they don't know what to do with it and they're bored.
It's interesting. I came across something yesterday, Kenny, before you came on, and it was this guy talking about ways to defeat procrastination. And that is kind of related to what you were talking about, because lots of us, if you're working on a computer at all, you are tempted to look at this or look at that, look at your phone, look at different social media feeds, etc. He was saying you should basically work and set aside blocks of time. Doesn't have to be that long, 5 minutes, where you literally just swivel around on your chair and stare at the wall, and you don't do anything else. You don't do anything else, so your work becomes the reward. Your work becomes the stimulator, and I found that seems to be. I reckon that would be a good tool for productivity.
It says something similar to that in the book, that if you're feeling bored, stew in that boredom, because then you will want to do something productive. But if you look at your phone and get the dopamine release, you won't want to do anything productive because you've just got that reward, And then you're going to feel
LA
miserable
says-
after it.
Yeah. LA says they don't care. They get sadistic pleasure from others' misery. That's why you should stop caring about them and focus on yourself. Stop being a sacrificial animal. I think he's talking to someone else in the chat. He's saying, you guys.
That's Ayn Rand misinterpretation. What he's saying is, because that's Ayn Rand. Don't be altruistic. Don't be a sacrifice to others. Focus on yourself. But you'll see there, he says, that's why you should stop caring about other people and focus on yourself. That's not Ayn Rand did not mean that in the sense of force other people to give you everything you want. And that's what he says. That's his opinion.
I think
That's where he messes up the objectivism.
I think he might be talking about people who are rich in this context.
LA, mate, if you want to come on, you're welcome to. Link is in the chat.
And LA, if you want to come on, I'll just mute my mic and you can go for it, and then we'll talk afterwards. I'll let you go.
Yeah, we don't need any like fighting, name calling, or whatever.
That's fine. No worries.
Because look, LA is an articulate guy, and he is clever. It may be that he's just reading things differently and incorrect. It may be incorrect. He hasn't got all the pieces of the puzzle, but he's working with what he has, and it's bringing him to this view. It's just that other people have different pieces of the puzzle, and it's nothing personal here. It's nothing personal. Honestly, LA, I would like to see it that you felt satisfied and happy to exist, that you had a raison d'etre, and it wasn't this.
Well, to be fair, he's the one that makes it personal. Nobody else does. He makes it personal, and then he opens that door. So,
and Kenny, mate, we've had that joke about the British cigarette. We can't have that anymore for him either, because although it's tongue in cheek or whatever, I don't think you're probably really homophobic, but
No, it was just rhyme and slang. You didn't want to directly call him a thing.
Listen, it is what it is. You know the way the world is. We just can't have that on this channel anymore. Okay.
Sure. Okay, you got it, man.
But everything else, you're entitled to have your oppositional views. I mean, you can even as long as you're not saying something like that, you can come on here and tell me homosexuality is morally wrong. You can say that, but just don't be making troll remarks. You know what I mean?
You know what? I don't even believe that homosexuality is morally wrong, to be honest. No. I'm personally straight, but I don't condemn people of other sexualities other than myself.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Even though I'm a mega man, I'm actually an agnostic.
Oh yeah, let's go into that, Kenny.
Yeah.
Let's get into like that, because you came on here the other day. Thanks for coming on.
I'm just going to quickly put my charger in my laptop. Yeah.
No worries. Boozy says LA helps him, but you guys don't. Yeah, I know, Boozy, but I've fallen into that position before. Be wary of confusing people who tell you what you want to hear as help, because just because it makes you feel comfortable doesn't mean it's helping you. Does that make any sense? People who are on the panel, just because someone is saying something and it's making you feel comfortable and it's ticking boxes with what you feel doesn't necessarily mean it's helping you.
and there are far better sources than LA for that kind of subject.
My favourite go-to author and YouTube channel is if I'm feeling down and I need some kind of inspiration. I really like Jordan Peterson. I think he's an exceptional motivational speaker.
Welcome to the jungle. It gets worse. No, I'm just having.
Well, you see, Jordan Peterson has his good points and his bad points. I feel that he should have been more honest about his intake of SSRIs and medication, because his 12 rules for life. Perhaps he should have said at the outset of that, check your neurochemistry, because he was addicted to benzos. He did take SSRIs, and I personally don't think he would have been able to operate if he hadn't. He wouldn't have been able to tidy his room, because he had that clinical problem. So there is that side to it, which, yeah, I feel is important as a public speaker. Someone who is telling people what to do, he needs to look at all angles, you know.
Yeah, if he's been through a really hard time, then he knows what he's talking about as well as being a trained and experienced clinical psychologist. He's also someone who himself has suffered greatly. You know, he almost died. He's still recovering, actually.
There's
His
people
daughter-
saying he's an imbecile in the chat. Yeah. Okay, listen. The point is, you're new here, Kenny. One of the things we ask new people, and sorry if these questions seem trivial or whatever. It is a bit of fun. It's just trying to get to know people. First question is, what is this existence?
It's a mystery. You know, I read a book called How to Think Like Da Vinci by Michael J. Gelb. And he said that one of the genius parts of Leonardo da Vinci was his ability to embrace paradox and ambiguity. In the chapter in the book, it's called Fumato, which is Italian for up in smoke. Embrace mystery, paradox, ambiguity. There's some things that are just simply beyond our ability to know. And one of them is how the universe began, although there's scientific theories on it. That's all they are really, just now, is theories. What is this, our existence? It's what you make of it. And it's also like depends on what country you're in, what culture, what your family's values are, how you were brought up, your own, you know, there's a multifaceted layer to that question. I don't believe you can just answer it in a simple kind of way. I think it's really complex. Yeah. But collectively, I believe in evolution. You know, I think we're all evolving, but some people are regressing or devolving. Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe you can go into that a little bit more, what you mean by that later. But the next question is, again, it's just a bit of fun, but we do get some interesting answers. Have you ever had a paranormal experience? If so, just describe it or them or whatever.
Right. Not directly, but there was a strange incident that happened when I was staying over at a hotel in Edinburgh when I was still living in Scotland, where I was filming the room. And when I listened to the playback, I heard a thud that I never heard while I was filming. And it sounded like it was someone hitting their fist off the cabinet or the wardrobe. And I tried to recreate the noise by doing it, and I couldn't. But other than that, I haven't had any direct paranormal experience. Just that one time where the camera seemed to have picked up an audio that was inaudible to my ear. Yeah.
Okay. Now, the interesting thing is, you yourself are a pessimist. Sorry, an optimist. Sorry, you're an optimist. Yeah. You're an optimist.
With a strain of realism, you know?
Yeah.
A realist optimist, you know? I describe myself as a stoic. And I observe the yin-yang in life, the balance, you know?
Yeah, I think that's a good way of being, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of how I am in a lot of ways.
I think there's no such thing as a true pessimist. That sounds controversial. But what I mean by that is, if you are that pessimistic, you wouldn't be here.
Well, I think Life Abolitionist is probably one of the most extreme pessimists I've ever heard. You know, that's
I think
pathological. Yeah. He says, I don't want you guys to pathologize me, but he pathologized himself.
I think that hope is a fundamental human, thought process, emotion, whatever you want to call it, a feeling. And whether people like it or not, they always have hope. And in my view, even suicidal people have hope, because they're hoping that if they do it, things will end or things will be better. So when you realize you can't escape hope, hope is an eternal Klingon, as it were. You're forced to kind of craft it in your favor. To realize that, I always have this emotion, this feeling of hope, no matter what, even in the most dire situations. Even if I say there is no hope and I'm going to jump off a cliff, it is still fundamentally an act of hope. You are trying to end your struggles, and you're hoping that will be the end of it. So in that sense, that brings it right back to, well, how can I make my life worth living? It always comes back to that. Always comes back to that. How can I make my existence mean something that
by adopting
makes it worthwhile?
By adopting responsibility, and that's what Jordan Peterson talks about.
Do you
want to welcome Escape the Matrix. Sorry, Yerf Dogs, did you say something? But Escape the Matrix after Yerf Dogs. Say what you want.
Oh, yeah, no worries. I was just going to say, Kenny, you've been on here a couple of days. I like you, dude. I think you're a good man. That's all. Stick around.
Thank you, Yerf Dogs. I've listened to you as well, and I like you as well. You talk a lot of sense, actually. Yeah.
Escape the Matrix, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say? You're muted, Escape the Matrix. He's probably working. Sometimes he rings us when he's at work, so he might have a job or something. Okay, he's left. Fat Lobber says, try sleeping on a soaking wet beach and waking at 5 a.m. with no hope. I think they're trying to say that try sleeping outdoors for one night. Well, I mean, if that was the case, you'd be hoping you wouldn't have to do it the second night. I mean, it doesn't disprove there's no hope, or you wouldn't have hope. I don't know what you're trying to say there, Fat Lover. Perhaps you can come on and tell us. Escape the Matrix. What would you like to say? You're on the Finding Gnosis show. And you are muted as well. You'll have to unmute yourself, Escape the Matrix. Pristine Sun, you've been very quiet. Have you got anything you'd like to add?
I think she might be on a grocery trip thing.
Yeah. Fat Lobber says, it is pretty shit. Yeah, it may be pretty shit. It doesn't mean that you're not forced to make the most of it or try and get out of the shit. What is your point?
DNW, I've just got a grocery order on the way, so I'm going to put the food away, and then I'll be able to talk. Just give me a minute.
Well, the link is in the live chat. This is the Finding Gnosis show live on the Finding Gnosis YouTube channel.
I might like just to respond to Fat Lobber. That's quite a funny name. Regarding being homeless, look, I've been in a similar position, and there's a quote by Samuel Beckett where he's, everyone knows it. I can't go on.
You've been reading a lot of him lately, haven't you?
Yeah.
He's good, isn't he? Yeah.
I fucking love him. But he says, I can't go on. I'll go on. And it's the ultimate pessimist, bleakest viewpoint. You just keep going. Even when you've got no reason to, you just do. Get up and go.
Yeah, I think it's a great quote.
Although I think it's taken out of context when they use it like that. So some purist is going to do me for it.
Talking of quotes,
I'm in love with Samuel Beckett's work at the moment. He's my favorite.
He's your hero, yeah. It's funny because the quote at the beginning of Bentar's "Better Never to Have Been," the Jewish proverb. What is it again? Who maybe it's better never to have been born, but who in not one in 100,000 is so lucky. Kind of says it all as well. I like that quote. It's an old Jewish proverb, So, quit your complaining, kind of basically. You're here, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah, honestly, just being a realist.
Be a realist, yeah. I mean, unfortunately, it is that old chestnut of looking into the abyss. It does take you in. And look, I'm not saying things. You can look at how bad it is, and it is bad, but you need to be looking for some solutions as well.
So pretty much, the hope is like a hope for a better life, constantly wanting that.
And that's a rational thing. That's rational. That's not an insane thing to want. I mean, this pathologizing of people wanting to be okay. I mean, that's the insanity.
And maybe there's value in coming to the point where you recognize there is no solution. That's freeing as well. There's no answer. It is what it is. We're on this fucking rock, spinning around, doing nothing, going nowhere. That's all it is. That may not even be a problem. And if there's no problem, then there's no solution. So
do you guys think we create our own meaning?
well, we have
to a certain extent.
No, that makes sense.
What do you mean? There was a great quote. It was a great quote by Bruce Lee. He once said, "Don't pray for an easy life, but pray for the strength to endure a hard life." You see.
There's another similar quote. I hope you don't have an easy life. I hope you have an interesting life.
Well, that's the Chinese. That's an insult, isn't it?
Yeah,
Living in interesting times. Live in interesting times. I hope you live in interesting times. That's seen as a kind of impolite thing to say to someone over there, isn't it? I believe. Yeah. May you live in interesting times. Yeah.
Shit, if I got that, I don't even know. I think people underestimate how much it's like bad can improve the good once you have context with it. Like,
wow, look at this, guys. Sorry.
No, you're good.
That's not doing your PR any good, LA. LA says, "I hope you don't have any life at all."
What is that? That sounds so awful. What is that?
Those are the words of someone who has a personality disorder, of course.
I don't know. I think I don't know actually how to take that.
Oh, okay. Maybe he's just saying, I hope. Okay, no. I think if I understand,
he may be saying he hopes nobody's born.
I think that's what it means. Yeah.
I hope that's what he means. LA, care to elaborate on what you meant by that?
Cecil, were you saying something, mate?
I forgot. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It happens.
Where in the world are all you guys? So, Yerf Dogs, you're in Japan, right?
Yeah, I'm a Kiwi in Tokyo, yeah.
Cool. How's life in Tokyo?
Rock and roll, mate. Good. I'm very lucky to be living here. It's very fortunate.
What's the air pollution like there, can I ask?
Not the greatest, but it's not the worst. It's,
And Cecil, you're in the United States?
Oh, yeah.
Which state are you in?
Missouri.
All right, okay.
That's not too bad.
Did it vote Republican or Democrat?
Oh, neither. I don't like the system.
Okay.
I know it sounds weird, but...
Well, every state went one way or the other.
I think there's a...
Missouri sounds like a red state to me.
Oh, you're talking about Missouri. Okay, yeah. I don't know which one they are. Lie.
V Will Resist says you can pray for the strength to endure a hard life, but Bruce didn't have to impose life on his son who died tragically. Did he know much about his death? I mean, didn't he get shot or something? He died quite quickly. I mean, Manny would say that's a good death, a good, clean, quick death.
I know some religions... He was in a lot of agony, actually, Brandon Lee. He got shot in the side during the making of The Crow. It was a cartridge of a blank gun got jammed and then the one behind it pushed that out, and it went into his side, and he, it was no instant death for
It
sure.
was not instant. Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah.
Brandon Lee was Bruce Lee's kid.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. There you go.
His son. Yeah.
It's a bit like that one. What's that one that happened a few years ago? The Western one that was being filmed. What's his name? That
Alex
Hollywood actor.
Baldwin.
Yeah.
He accidentally shot the director of cinematography. I think it was one of the camera women.
Shot her in the head or something, didn't he? Yeah, I presume she went quickly. BZ says, "Good death. Are we serious?" Well, there are good deaths. That wasn't a good death, but you're saying I'm being insensitive. I'm not actually, because there are religions and spiritual people around the world who pray for a good death. They pray to go quickly when the time comes. It's not that they're afraid of living. It's not that they don't want to live, but they literally pray that when they do die, they die in their sleep, or it happens very quickly, and it's not one of suffering. I think you're insensitive not to think about that as a possibility, and not to worry about that for people.
I mean, that's what I want. I want to die in my sleep, painless. I don't want
Just
to
be because you pray for an easy or quick death doesn't mean you're frightened of living.
What part of the UK are you in, BNW?
Sorry? Oh, I'm in London as well. I'm in London, Kenny, yeah.
All right, I live in Acton in West London.
Oh yeah, I've been out there, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, I told the Earth Dogs on this before. I went to a crazy evangelical church there once, and it was in the middle of an industrial estate, and it was one of the craziest nights of my life. I went with this friend of mine, went all the way over there, and basically got there late, maybe 10:30 at night, and this thing went on. I left there at 3 a.m, 3:30, but it was still going on, and it was all these people talking in tongues in a rented room in a kind of empty office block in the middle of an industrial estate, and it was one of the most bizarre experiences I've ever had. Also, the guy who was running it was this Nigerian charlatan, and basically, he was earning money out of this. Obviously, he was renting the room late at night, so it was cheap, and people were giving him money. But then he was doing terrible things, like he had it live on the internet, and there's this Filipino woman rang in at once, or Filipina. She rang in at one time, and she said, please pray for me, heal me. I've got breast cancer. And he said, yes, you've got a breast cancer in your right breast. I'm going to heal it now. And then she goes, no, it's in my left. And then he said, actually, it's in your right as well. You have it in both of them, but don't worry, I'm going to heal it right now. And, it was just that type of nonsense. And it was sad to see. It was sad to see. This guy was cleaning up. There's people going to see him Friday night, Saturday night, probably during the week as well. I don't know. But he was cleaning up. But then again, another way of looking at it is, if it makes people happy, is it a problem? I don't know. I think it is a problem because their money.
What was his method of healing for her breast cancer?
Prayer. His prayer. Him being a conjurer.
He never put his hands on her like that, no?
No. She was in the Philippines. He probably would have if he could have, but she was in the Philippines. She was ringing.
Right. Okay.
But I did see people falling around, rolling around on the floor. Having all manner of. You've seen that when people get kind of ecstatic, or they kind of go into spasms when God is around. I saw that as well.
Yeah.
And he was laying of hands. The guy threw some oil at my t-shirt, which was a pain because it was a nice t-shirt.
That's crazy. Yeah, oil stains.
It was a crazy night. Honestly, I went in there, and the whole night was mostly people going blah, 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 talking in tongues. I'd never really seen that before because I grew up a Catholic. We didn't do that shit. Yeah, I've seen it about once before in a kind of Anglican evangelical church, but it wasn't like literally the whole service. This was a night of people just rolling around talking in tongues. It was. I only stayed there because it was so interesting just to see like this collective kind of psychosis just playing out.
Fascinating.
Oh yeah, when I was a Jesus boy, that got, not that extreme, but we had stuff like that too.
Yeah,
Our
because
church,
when I grew up, I thought talking in tongues was like something like Satan did to you. He made you speak languages you couldn't speak. You know, that's what we were kind of. I don't know if I was taught that, but that was just the view I had. And then, yeah, it was only in later, like in my adulthood, that I realized actually no, it's a belief in some circles that God gives you an ability to speak languages that are extinct or that you couldn't know. Yeah.
We had a denomination that was called Assemblies of God. I don't know if it's still around or not, but they were heavy into that stuff.
Life Abolitionism says, was this a black church? Yes, it was. The preacher was Nigerian. My friend was Congolese. Most of the congregation were Ghanaian or Jamaican or somewhere from the Caribbean. So that's another thing. I was the only white person there. But it was an experience, I'll say that.
the church I went to, they did speak in tongues sometimes. Like I think it was more a personal thing, like when you're alone. But other than that, everything else that they do in those charismatic churches, we were taught was of the devil. And yeah, it was only like a few individuals that actually spoke in tongues or like promoted that. But everything else we were taught in those charismatic churches, definitely just like of Satan. And yeah, my church was not like that at all.
What was your?
But they were still cool.
They were in out of control frenzies. They were in out of control frenzies. It was absolutely. It was unbelievable to watch. You know. And then they got out and they drove home in their cars as if everything was perfectly normal after spending hours just, you know, using their minds, some would say.
I remember we once went to this Assemblies of God thing where they were doing all the, you know, standing up, jumping around, hands in the air, speaking in tongues. But they made everyone do a lap of the church inside. And you had to give money every time you go past the donation box. And I remember the preacher, he would say once everyone had gone around once, "It's not enough, God demands more." So we had to go around again. After a couple of rounds, I'm just standing there going, what the fuck is all this?
Well, that's like
By the way, LA, mate, LA, do you want to come on here for some kind of reconciliation? You don't have to. But it would be good just to patch things up. I know some harsh things have been said. But really and truly, we are all adults, and it would be good to move on, you know. So do feel free to come on. The link is in the chat, and I have your back. You know, if you know, I think the guys here understand now that we are trying to find knowledge. We're trying to find gnosis, and the point is, yes, we're coming to matters from points of disagreement, from points of subjective experience and outlook, but things here should be in good faith. We are trying to find out what the hell is going on. And part of that is being willing to be challenged and being willing to, I mean, it's very brave. People are coming on here, putting themselves in the public square, saying what they think, knowing that error could be pointed out. A lot of people are too shy to even do that. So kudos to everybody who does come on.
But that's kind of the point. He doesn't want to be challenged. That's why he's not here. He likes to take command of the floor and just raise his voice and talk in that shrill tone. And then he doesn't like informed pushback. That's why he doesn't come up one.
We'll leave it to him to give an answer to that. But we won't go on about him. I'm not picking on you, LA. As I say, this is just the spirit of the show, comparing, contrasting ideas, and it's nothing personal. It's nothing personal.
You notice, Earth Dogs, you pointed out that he always came off every time you came on.
There's a history, Kenny. There's a history.
Right, okay. Right.
Well, the history is I gave him a bad review of his book on Amazon. And he's just
yeah, that's going to do it right enough.
That's all it is. That's literally what it boils down to.
Yeah.
He said that he was disappointed in you, Earth Dogs, because he asked you to work with him initially whilst he was writing it and give.
He's lying. That's a lie.
He apparently gave you the script for the
That's a
book before he
lie.
published
That's
it.
all a
Before he
lie. It's all a lie.
I'm
It's
going to
all a lie.
recommend another 2 books, yeah, that I never showed to you yesterday. So one of them is called Dopamine Nation by Anna Lemke. Why addiction to pleasure is causing us pain. I haven't started on that one yet because I'm still reading The Dose Effect. And likewise with this one, 9 Steps to Build a Life of Meaning by Rick Walker. There you are. There's
Yeah.
my 2.
I actually, on a kind of personal note, I'm getting another bicycle. I haven't had a bicycle for a while, so I'm trying to get another bicycle because it'd be good to, jot around town on a bike for a change, here and there on the back roads. I'm not one of these people who goes on the busy roads because I just use it for the kind of jutting around locally. The busy roads are too dangerous, and I also think London's not built really very well for having cyclists and cars. And it is, look, it is, whether we like it or not, the cars kind of have the right of way because they're bigger and bolder, and as a cyclist, you can be a disruption to things.
I used to do a hell of a lot of cycling in London because I used to deliver food with Uber Eats on the bicycle.
Oh wow, that was a good.
So sometimes I'd cycle anywhere between 35 and 50, sometimes up to 60 or 70 miles per day if it was more busy. I was working longer. And I had a few close calls, and the most aggressive motorists towards cyclists were always taxi drivers. They were bastards.
Black cabs.
They just felt black cab drivers, and I was always arguing with them.
Interesting. How long
One
did
of
you
them
do that?
called me a Scottish cunt.
Well, yeah, I suppose he was half right. What was I going to say, Kenny? How long did you do that for?
About 7 years. I done it with a company.
7 years. Uber, and was it good?
Yeah, it used to be good. You used to be able to make over £100 a day easily. But after the pandemic, the lockdown, and then Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine.
How many hours did you have to do for that?
4 hours. 4 hours would get you £500 a week.
Okay.
I used to do sometimes 50 or 60 hours. My biggest
You
take
say
in 1 week.
Kenny is a beast. Yeah, fair play, man.
My biggest take in 1 week was £812, and that was from working 59 hours.
Wow, fair play,
Yeah,
mate.
but
Fair
it
play.
just went downhill after the lockdown, And I've spoken to some of the couriers out there, the ones on the scooters and the mopeds, and they said it was still not fully recovered. It was much better before the lockdown.
Yeah, I knew a lot of courage because I used to go to this thing called Critical Mass. Did you ever hear of that? It was you'd probably love it actually if you're a cyclist. So this is years ago. I haven't been to it since.
I went
to.
Do you know what? I don't actually like cyclists. When I say I was a cyclist, I never wore a helmet and I never wore Lycra. I hate the cyclists that wear helmet and Lycra because they all have the same political beliefs. They all love the European Union and hate Donald Trump and are like super fucking woke,
All right, well, Critical Mass was a thing I used to go to when I was younger. It was on once a month. I think it was the last Friday of the month. They used to meet down on South Bank, right? And basically, I think it's 7 o'clock on the last Friday of the month, 7 o'clock in the evening. They'd set off all together in a convoy. Maybe sometimes 100, sometimes 1,000 cyclists, maybe more, just taking over the city, just cycling around in a big block. I have to say, it was like a rave on a bike, basically.
Right.
And as guys, you have a boisterous side, and as a young guy, it was fun. Nobody got hurt. It did annoy taxi drivers because we used to go through red lights and stuff in a big convoy and take over the city.
Yeah.
It was about giving cyclists visibility.
I've seen the nudist cyclists going over Waterloo Bridge. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't into that. But they used to have speakers on their bikes as well, so you could hear like house or techno music or whatever, as you're cycling around, and then there'd be lights and stuff. It was good fun. They have them in a lot of cities around the world. So I mean,
Right.
even though it's not technically legal, it is good. It was good fun. It was like
Yeah.
a rave on your bike, basically.
Mhm.
So over here in Japan, like the not the tradition that gives the wrong connotation, but the custom has been that you ride your bikes on the pavement because it's a very bike-centered culture. And they recently changed the law to get more cyclists on the road, but the roads here are really narrow around a lot of places. So when you're driving, it's just turned into a fucking nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare now.
Well, as a walker, I really don't like the scooters. You know, like I'm walking, listening to music, and then suddenly, boom! Like I'm in an area or like a state because where I'm from in Sydney, we don't do this, but here there's a lot of scooters, and they're like, it's dangerous. They go really close to you. They like zoom by, and I think there's even like been laws to reduce the speed put in place because. Yeah, it's pretty dangerous, but that's scooters, not bikes.
Now, I'll just comment on this. Life abolitionism is saying to you, you have come up with your own ideas and stop being a bottom feeder. I mean, that is, again, another kind of harsh example of kind of, I would say, a kind of solipsistic outlook. Do we not learn from each other? Do we not pick up bits from each other? Is it not okay to assemble them in your own kind of way so that what others say to you, stuff that you've read, stuff that you've observed, although it's coming from others, you've given your own take on it. Is that not okay? Life abolitionism, is that not good? I mean, what do you want people to do? Shut up and not say anything? I mean, yes, people sometimes are repeating things other people have said, but they're putting their own spin on it and they're bringing it up in different contexts, perhaps. Is that not okay, life abolitionism? Why is that a bad thing? Yerf Dogs, I presume that was directed at you, so you can say something if you want.
He's just, again, I think I said this last time, his complaint is that my online content is just, he calls it derivative of other people's work. Nothing is derivative. It's all my work. He doesn't know what derivative means. It's such a nonsense. It's just fucking nonsense.
Here's a book I'll recommend to life abolitionists. What's your dream? Find your passion, love your work, build a richer life. A must-read, Sir Richard
Sweet.
Branson. Yeah?
That's a lot. That's a cool last name.
Yeah. I've not
Do
started
you read
on
any
that one yet.
fiction, Danny, or do you only read like non-fiction books, or do you like fictional as well?
I only read non-fiction because I feel like if I'm reading fiction, then I'm missing out on learning something. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah,
I get
yeah,
my
that's fair
fiction
enough.
from movies.
Man, what about Dostoevsky and all those kind of fellas? And
Well, since I love Jordan Peterson so much, I will get round to reading Dostoevsky, actually.
do it, man.
Dostoevsky.
There's a lot of value in a lot of fiction. A lot of value.
Yeah. I'm not going to rule it out, it's just that I'm a work in progress, so I want to put all my mental energy into self-development and that kind of thing just now. Yeah.
That's fair.
No, that's fair, honestly.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to come on? Link is in the live chat. I'll put it there. So I suppose we should ask the question. We're not all slaves, in your view. We have a certain agency and freedom. Do you feel that people are utilizing it to the best of their ability? I presume I know the answer. You're going to say no. I mean, I'm just trying to make conversation points here. I mean, look, another way of looking at it is we are in danger. We are in danger as a society of entering into a situation where we are at the behest of a forever tyrannical regime, governed by whoever controls AI. I mean, that is bandied about a lot. Is that something you're worried about? Then you could say, yeah, we may well be literal slaves, because we won't, even though we will be citizens, we won't have any say. We won't have any chance to usurp power. We won't have any chance to get involved in the power. We will be completely beholden to whatever it wants us to be or do. Do you have any views on that, guys, going forwards? Would it be fair to say that yes, in that situation we will be slaves, and if that is a possibility, what do you think it says about us as humans? What should we be striving for in relation to that?
Striving towards what exactly?
I mean, is it something we should be trying to prevent? Do you feel this is a warranted worry, that people are worrying about this? Do you feel it's on the horizon? It's likely? Is this something?
Are you talking about the AI apocalypse, whatever it is?
Yeah, well, like the kind, as I said, we're talking about slavery, so we are potentially moving into a future where we will have a kind of a forever tyranny, where AI reaches such a point that it has the reins. Whoever has control of AI will never lose power, because AI will just be able to outcompete us in everything we think or do.
That's definitely one of the possible trajectories, absolutely. And then
and will we be slaves then? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I agree with you. And if that happened, if that's the road we go down, yeah, that could be the time to talk about slavery. Absolutely.
And is that a legitimate worry, guys, for you? Because I know a lot of people are worried about that. What about Kenny? You said you're not an expert in computers. I don't think you need to be an expert in computers. I'm not a coder either. But,
No, I never said that. I said I just don't know enough about AI. But interestingly enough, I'm looking at the YouTube channel of Steve Bartlett's A Diary of a CEO.
Yeah, you like him.
And he had the Uber CEO on it, and they're talking about, I have to be honest, AI will replace 9.4 million jobs at Uber. So it looks like they're going to, over the next coming years or months, going to be getting rid of a lot of their workload. And it's going to be AI taking over, you know?
Yeah, I
so
mean,
there's definitely the labour market's at risk from AI, but I certainly don't believe AI is going to start wiping us out. You know, it's not going to be like the Terminator where they start massacring
It's
us.
going to be interesting economically, because without the worker, is there a consumer? You know, what are they going to do with people? Are they going to give everyone a universal basic income? How are they going to treat people when, you know, they're not working, you know, when they're not earning a living? What is going to happen? I mean, it's definitely something we should be talking about more on this channel, because it is off the time. It's something that we should be worrying about and communicating on.
Yeah. I wonder what kind of jobs will be safe that AI couldn't do, like brain surgeon, heart surgeon. That's maybe too complicated and intricate for an AI robot
I don't know,
to do.
mate. They've already got robots doing that kind of stuff, brother. Believe me.
Well, they don't have hands like human
don't have
hands.
hands.
They can't.
I don't think they have any robots that can perform surgery.
Well, they
on
have
human-
remote surgery done by robots. So basically, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Where?
It's all over the world, apparently. Like in basically anywhere that's got a decent medical system, you can have a surgeon in a different country remotely doing a surgery on someone using a robot.
All right. Okay. Right. But still, it's still a human that's controlling it from. Right.
Yeah. There are also robots that are being utilized at the moment in people's houses. You can pay for the privilege of having a robot as a maid or a butler. Now, at the moment, those robots are also being controlled remotely. So there's somebody in India or America or wherever looking through a virtual reality headset at what the robot can see, and basically, you know, using, I don't know, a joystick or something to control its movements. And it is picking up the towels, folding them. It is doing the washing up. It is making the bed. It is mopping the kitchen floor. But it's because it's being remotely controlled. But what is happening is these robotic butlers and maids have AI systems inherent in them that are learning on the job. And they're realizing when they see something like this, or when they're told something like this, they have to do A, B, or C behavior. And therefore, in the future, they will be able to work autonomously without any human remote control.
Yeah, and they won't ask for they won't ask for a pay rise, and they won't go on strike.
And they won't have any sick days. Exactly.
Yeah. Maybe it is the future then.
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be interested to hear what you have to say about all that.
Well,
I mean,
how much are we getting paid? Like how much is the universal basic income going to give us?
The UBI.
Yeah. Like how much do you think it would be? Like
well,
It would
however
just
much
be
it is,
enough just enough to live on.
it's
What they
going
were
to
talking about in the pilot schemes that they were doing universal basic income was giving people just enough to live on so that they would still want to work in order that they could afford luxury and go traveling and etc. You know. So the UBI, the purpose of it isn't it to replace luxury that you get from working and saving up, but more so just so that to simplify the welfare system and make it more autonomous and cut down on bureaucracy and to stop people from having to steal and starve and go to food banks, etc. That's my understanding of the pilot schemes that have taken part in the UBI, Universal Basic Income.
yeah, people are not going to be happy about getting such like a little amount, especially if they're used to working and getting a lot of money, and if their job has been replaced by AI and they can't work and they've only got, I mean, I get a benefit and it's not great at all, and I can't imagine many people be satisfied with that. Just being able to survive, like it's going to cause a lot of like civil war or something. I don't know. That's going to be crazy. It's not fun. It's definitely yeah. They're not going to be happy.
I think Life Abolitionist has taken a happy pill. He now says life is absolutely wonderful. There is no suffering. No one has been oppressed. And no one is being forced to exist against their will. He's been sarcastic, of course. Poor chap. Ellie, I pray for you, man. I pray for you.
Do you guys think that suffering invites love as much as love invites suffering?
Yes, because compassion and empathy is kind of an aspect of love, isn't it? And if you're insufferable, if you're completely insufferable, you're not going to be able to have much compassion and empathy for other people. So you have a good point there, I would say.
I think it is like necessary. Is like I'm pretty sure what you were saying is like for people to understand, they need to go through some pain to make sure like that's the only way you know something is really good is if you have that comparative thing.
Like the yin yang.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It's like the weather. It's like the weather. If it's just sunny all the time, and you don't appreciate it as much. But if you get a cold snap or a few days of rain and then it's sunny again, you appreciate that first day of sunshine because you've experienced recent bad weather. A similar way with suffering and pleasure.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
Ebbs and flows. Yeah.
Everything. Have you guys had any experience to where whenever you put out positive energy or negative energy, it's kind of gotten back to you?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something to be said for the way you treat others is how you'll be treated, but not always. I wouldn't put it down as a rule.
Yeah, that's fair.
Look, it definitely was the case when I was a jovial and happy, and when I was out and about, when I was younger, making people laugh, being charming, it did get me places and it made people like me. But it also, if I'm honest, it had both good and bad side to it. So I was good at making people like me, and it made me maybe get better with the ladies than I would have had otherwise. Other than that, in some sense, it was a kind of prostitution of your soul because you shouldn't always be charming. And I learned that you shouldn't always try to please people. You shouldn't always be nice. Nice guys do. Nice guys might win short term sometimes, but long term, it doesn't work out.
Yeah, I think you're right. You need those boundaries, and it's not being mean. It's that you can't afford to give all of yourself to people. If you need to restrain some love for yourself and have that.
That's right. And that's the value of Ayn Rand's objectivism. You know, she read that, and that she's big on that stuff. You can interpret what she says as establishing sharp, definitive boundaries for yourself, rather than sort of leaking yourself into everything else.
I want to welcome Vegan Equilibrium here, guys. He's been waiting to talk. Welcome, brother.
Hi.
How you doing, sir?
I'm okay. I'd say I'm about a 5 out of 10.
Okay, that's something to work with. You know, that's not complete dysfunction or inability to do. It's not inability to move, to get out of bed. You know, it's hard. You're in a hard place, a difficult spot, but again, you're not on your back. You know.
Were you recently scrolling on social media, perhaps?
You're absolutely right about that, Kenny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
you know.
Wow. Let's talk about that. But what have
So
you
what's
been
the latest breaking news? I heard Lord Peter Mandelson got arrested.
Oh, did
Well, I haven't been.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is, but I haven't been paying attention to any of that.
Andrew Mountbatten
I'm
Windsor,
not
formerly
joking.
known as
Mandy
Prince
is a
Andrew.
disgrace. Mandy was a disgrace.
He was the ambassador to the US, you know.
Yeah, and before that, he was first minister for Northern Ireland. He was the business secretary at one point. The guy, I don't know why he got into the positions he was in. He's a creepy fucking, you know what? But
yeah,
he was a Machiavellian asshole. You know, he was, but he's not someone. This is the weird thing about politics. You get aloof weirdos who are kind of, let's just say they're socially awkward, and then they're surrounded by sharks who eat them up and you know, play games with them. I've said this before, Kenny, and I'm sorry to say it. You may not agree with me, but I've never seen a man of the people or a person of the people in charge in the UK. I'm sorry to say that. I don't
you will do when Nigel.
You're saying Nigel
gets in.
Farage. You're saying Nigel Farage. Yeah. But would you agree with me? It's and this goes worldwide. We very, very rarely see someone who is a man of the people. You know, I know it's a phrase that you know you hear. Maybe we don't hear it that much, but
what about? Let's not be so chauvinistic. What about a woman of the people?
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
Angela Rayner's the favourite to take over Keir Starmer. She's
like
got
her
that
in
northern, down to earth, common touch. You know, she a woman of the people.
I like her
when
in
she failed
some
to
ways,
declare her taxes.
but exactly there are things about
Yeah.
her that I think she might be naive in other ways. Unfortunately for her, you know.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for her.
Uh-huh.
But again, it's being a leader is not just about you yourself. It's about who's around you, because you're meant to delegate to those around you, because you're not meant to be a narcissist who says I know everything. You're meant to be in a position where you're good at managing people and bringing in the right people to get advice off, and you take their advice when you don't know better. You know, you're meant to know your shortcomings as a leader and say, I'm not fucking, you know, an economic genius. I'm not good at maths or whatever. So I need to get my top economic specialists to tell me the ins and outs of Mackenzian theory or whatever it is, yeah, and tell me how things are operating. But you know, a lot. I worry about the teams that are out there as well. Politics, my God, it seems to be full of fools and phonies. You know.
Yeah. One thing I do love about Nigel Farage is his authenticity. When he done the BBC Leaders Debate before the last general election, every single one of them done their finishing speech, and when it went round to Nigel Farage, the first thing he said was, well, unlike the rest of them, I don't need an auto cue. And he done his speech totally off the cuff. The rest of them done it from auto cues, including Angela Rayner, who was there. Yeah, he's such a charismatic, smart man. You know, you didn't have to agree with everything he stands for, but he is so intelligent, so charismatic, and I totally trust him. I do trust him.
What do you guys think about Rupert Lowe and his Restore Britain party?
Yeah.
too obsessed with mass migration and too obsessed with mass deportations. It's like a one-trick party. That's why Nigel Farage asked them to tone it down a bit. When he refused to, they'd have fallen out. And this guy, Rupert
In many
Lowe,
ways,
he left Reform
it's
UK.
kind of funny. It's funny because it's called a fracture in that part of the political sphere, and it might be problematic for them, you know, because they're actually lessening the centralized power of the ideologies, because they're diluting it into different groups. You know what I mean? So it could make the struggle for their ideology harder. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The kind of central aspect of it.
Yeah. I mean, but apparently,
But I want to go back to vegan equilibrium. He said he was scrolling through the internet and it made him feel like utter shit. Like, can you tell us about that vegan equilibrium? What is it? Why did it do that? How did it do that? He's probably in the gym or something. Well, he does. He's a gym addict. He's probably lifting iron.
Yeah,
which isn't bad.
I need to get back to the gym actually.
So do I actually.
Yeah,
same here.
I was doing it up until the end of December. Then I got the flu twice in January.
Nah.
And then
Can you hear me? Hello?
I kind of fell off track a little bit.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
What was that? Oh, so yeah, no, I don't know if I don't know if I scroll because I feel bad or if I feel bad because I scroll.
It could be both. And in fact, I would say it probably is both.
Yeah.
Too much dopamine in quick succession, and then you've got your brain going into homeostasis, the come down.
I'm ordering a new bike tonight, vegan equilibrium, by the way. I was telling Kenny I'm getting back in the saddle.
That's great.
Yeah. Because you know what, Kenny? I used to love cycling around. You know, there's such a freedom, isn't there? And the good thing about being in London is there's lots of places you can go that are off road. You can get the green tracks, the green trails around the city. You can get to places quicker on the bike sometimes, and take a more scenic route through parks and whatever. You know,
Richmond Park's great for cycling.
Richmond Park, yeah, and into Woodland Common, yeah,
along the Thames, along the river.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a lot of names that we have here in Australia are from England, because you keep saying location names that we have here. It's funny. Like,
I've been to Australia, and I mean, I presume it's the same in New Zealand. But when I was in Australia, there was loads of places over there that were not only names of cities we have, but names of little parts of like towns and villages in England, you know, and in Ireland as well. And I saw a few Irish town names over there. English, mostly English, but a couple of Scottish ones as well. And then a lot
in
of
America. It's the same in America.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the same in New Zealand, I presume.
I was surprised to see that there's a place called California in Scotland, actually. A really small village.
I mean, there's a Boston in the UK as well, isn't there? There's a Boston in England. And obviously New York, you know. Obviously, it used to be called Amsterdam, isn't it? New Amsterdam.
Well, there's a reason they call this area where I am New England.
Mm-hmm.
They call it New England.
It's a Birmingham in Alabama.
Sealost says, "Just remember, I love you, vegan equilibrium, and it'll be all right." There you go. There you go. Yeah, there's a London in Ontario, in Canada. I remember learning that years ago.
And Edinburgh in the USA.
I've forgotten, Zealand. Zealand is a weird little place up in the it's way up above Norway. I don't know where it is exactly. It's up in the fucking Arctic somewhere. A little. Why is it called New Zealand? UF Dogs, do you know?
Yeah, because Abel Tasman got there, and he's from Zealand.
Okay, so where was he? Who was he? Whose navy was he in?
The Dutch.
In the Dutch Navy, but he was from
I
Zealand.
hope I'm right on this, otherwise I'm going to get fucking slammed.
So sorry.
I hope I'm right about my own history here. Hang on, let me just do a quick Google.
It was Captain Cook that went to Australia, wasn't it?
Yeah,
And,
Cook was the one that came in after Abel Tasman.
but it was the Dutch that found New Zealand. I didn't know that. Okay,
Yeah,
I mean,
so-
they found the East Indies, what do you call it, Indonesia and all that. Yeah, East Timor.
Australia was
the Dutch East India Company, and he came into New Zealand, and and he was the first European. I'm just in 1642. So thank Christ I
Well,
got
there you
that.
go. So he was from Zealand. I don't know much about the actual original Zealand.
Aotearoa.
Sorry.
Yeah, a lot of New Zealand names are like Maori or indigenous names.
Well, it was the
actually.
same when I was in Australia. I was going along the east coast, the Gold Coast, from Brisbane
Yeah.
on the train, and there's a lot of towns called, Bugaloo or something. You know what I mean? The Aboriginal names.
Yeah, Aboriginals.
Yeah, well, something like that. It was interesting. I've got JE here. JE, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you are exceedingly well.
Wait, who's JE?
JE. Okay. The artist formerly known as JE, but now the absurd. How
I'm just
are you?
kidding. I'm kidding. I'm fine. I guess. I mean, actually, no. I'm not fine, but it's whatever.
Oh, should.
Well, let's talk about that if you want to. What are you not fine about?
Well, as the topic suggests, right, the fact that we're all slaves. However, there doesn't seem to be much of an escape.
Well, you see, JE, you are a remarkably intelligent young man. You come on this show quite a lot. Do you not have in your toolbox? I'm not saying we all have total free agency, but do you not have a wider spectrum, perhaps, than a lot of people in terms of your intellect?
No, I'd actually say I'm pretty average intelligence, I would say. I don't think I'm that
Average,
smart.
there shouldn't be a problem, should there?
I mean, no, but still, it's just even the smartest people in the world, they still have to, work jobs and make money, and they're slaves to the state. As life abolitionism always says, having to be victims of statism and whatnot. So there is no escape, really.
You see, this slaves to making money. Have you ever thought about becoming an entrepreneur and doing it on your own terms?
No,
because I've never really got that kind of it's terrible.
Here's a book recommendation for you, Jay. What's your dream?
What's my dream?
Find your passion, love your work, build a richer life.
Yeah, but again, how many artists? There are many artists out there, Kenny, that are struggling, who have to, sacrifice, their dream of becoming an artist just so that they can, survive. So it's not that as simple as following your passions, because they don't always lead to, financial success.
Jay, come on.
There is another aspect
I'm not a musician, but
what you're saying now.
Wait, you guys are talking at the same time. I can't hear you for one of you.
In order to follow your dream, to temporarily fund it, you could follow opportunity and take your passion with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And economic art.
Can you give an example of that, Kenny?
Yeah. So it's very easy very well to say, my dream job is to be a train driver. But what if there's no many jobs on offer for a train driver? So you might just have to settle for being a construction labourer or a delivery driver. Yeah? But take your passion with you. Like, be passionate about putting in a good shift and earning money and saving up and working towards,
Kenny, mate, you're talking.
I dream. If you can't get the train driver one, surely that's not the only dream you have. There could be another dream that you could.
I think the huge problem is, and it's something I learned when I was younger, when I was working in the corporate world, and that was, if you're going to be doing a job, you got to have goals. A lot of people don't have goals, and you got to have a mixture of goals. You got to have achievable goals, micro achievable goals that are very, very achievable. Then you've got to have medium goals, and you've got to have long-term goals, and the long-term goals can be big goals that are kind of dream goals. You know, like you may or may not attain them, but they're kind of like a dream that you're aiming for.
And I
But
could
the
imagine
point
it's
is-
going to
the
be
point is
very
you've always got to
difficult.
be trying to achieve something and also achieving something. So have those smaller goals. Right? So
Yeah.
you want to save £100 a week, and then you start doing that. Then it's like you have other things that you could achieve. Like for me, I'm buying a new bike. You could have, I'm going to buy a car. I'm going to, move out of my place, move to a bigger place. You've got to have goals, Jay. If you haven't got goals, yeah, and you're coming on here complaining, I
Right.
say that you haven't thought enough about what your life is your
I'd like
life
to
and what
present a
you want.
counter to all that.
You know,
I think some of the worst advice, I mean, I'm Gen X, and some of the worst advice we got growing up was exactly this: follow your dream, follow your passion. I think it's terrible advice. What you want to do is you want to put yourself in a position where you can finance your passions. And sometimes that means just doing shitty work.
Following opportunity and taking your passion with you.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm
saying.
saying. I'm saying if you're doing these goal setting can make you persevere, can sustain you through the shitty jobs or the jobs you perceive as shitty. I don't actually think. I think it's a bad thing to call jobs shitty because if you're working, it's giving you income and it's providing service to society. Look, the point is, some jobs that are well paid we view as good jobs, but they may be detrimental to society. So be careful with our language here. But the thing is, I think you can have goals and you can have big goals as long as you have a mixture of goals. You got to have realistic goals, medium-term goals, long-term goals. And the thing is, it is very much the case that life isn't your plan. It's what happens along the way. You may have big goals, but the thing is, when you start working on the little things, life happens and you may change your direction and say, oh, actually, I don't want to be a singer in a band, or whatever it is that was your original goal.
Mm-hmm.
I've got big goals. He's got big goals, but we've got the biggest goals of them all.
You will put yourself miles ahead of your competition quite literally by stopping doom scrolling social media. I had a band that came through from Spain. They came to Tokyo and they were all like, oh, it's going to be our job, da, 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 da. And I said, well, how many hours a day are you rehearsing? And they were like, oh, just 2 or 3, and then we go off and do other stuff. And I'm like, man, if that's what you're going to turn into your career, you should be in the studio fucking 10, 11 hours every day, fucking slogging away and doing shit. They didn't, and they didn't make it.
That's it.
Yeah, it's the whole 10,000 hour rule thing, right?
You know what? You've just got to narrow focused. You've just got to push away a whole lot of other stuff and just focus on something. And it may not be your passion. This is the whole thing. Like, you may have a passion to be a painter, okay, but that might become expensive. So what you want to do is you want to find a way to earn money that's going to support you being a painter to realize your hobby.
Like creating AI art, for example.
I like writing. Right? But the thing is, I procrastinate and I don't make time for it. And the point is, I could. And I think that a lot of this is the doom scrolling. A lot of this is the looking at other things that are pointless, And I do that a lot. I do that a lot. And that's why when I heard yesterday about being on your desk and like instead of setting out to do something and then like taking your break, but looking at the wall, looking at something blank, so that your work becomes your stimulation. In my case, the work is a hobby, but you know what I mean. It's still something I like. So it's making sure that you are stimulated in the right direction. Because I've fallen into the depravity of being stimulated by nonsense. Even my own nonsense, and it doesn't do you any good, guys.
Well, as Pristine said in the side chat, right? She said, I've had goals since I was a kid, but convincing people to pay you is not easy.
Very, very true.
Yeah.
V will resist says you need to stare more at the wall, D&W. I hope he's not saying I need to go to prison. But yeah.
He's talking about Zen.
What do you say?
He's talking about Zen meditation.
I know.
I
I
guess.
know. I know.
Well, you see, the thing is that it's very it's especially nowadays, it's very difficult to motivate yourself to pursue things a lot of the times because just the way the world is nowadays, it's like you guys said with the doom scrolling, right? It kind of demotivates you to even want to pursue these things, and even besides that, right? The advent of AI and how it's stripped away so much creativity from so many people. It makes it difficult to motivate yourself to want to even try sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's your own mind and there's the world outside. You're in charge of your own mind. You can forget about the world for your little time if you want to do your art, your projects, your writing, your music, whatever it is. You don't have to be looking. You can devote time to your own art as a hobby. Like, this is the other thing I would say, guys. If you're doing something like a creative pursuit, yeah, why do you want to jump to being a millionaire from it? Why not do it as an interest, as a hobby, as a sideshow first? I see a lot of people, they want to be the Pulitzer Prize winner, or they want to be like a #1 artist. Why do they want the fame from? Why not just do it for its own sake, as part of your identity, as part of life? Why do you seek accolades and validation for it?
No, well,
to get ahead, like ambition. They want to be able to afford to buy a house, a big house in the countryside, and go traveling the world. They want freedom. Remember what I was saying earlier about money doesn't buy happiness, but it does buy freedom.
Yeah, it does buy freedom. Yeah, but
I think that for someone like Jay, and probably VE perhaps as well, and younger guys, I feel very sorry for you, because I think you're in a position where you actually don't I think you probably want to go forward in a direction, but we have no idea what AI is going to take over. So you might commit to 5 years to becoming really fucking good at something, and then by the end of that time you come out at the end of it and suddenly AI is doing it for you, and all that skills developed. So it's a tough thing. What direction do I go in?
Right, and that's what I was saying. Yeah.
I have an idea. You could always go to college or university and get a degree in AI, because even though AI is going to take over jobs, they'll always need people to be able to program AI, upgrade the software of AI, maintain AI, the infrastructure of it.
You know what I would suggest?
There'll always be jobs available in AI.
University a miss at this point. It's not worth it. I would go for a trade. Go and learn how to be a plumber and unblock toilets.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea.
And you grew up on a farm, Jay, so you probably have a lot of practical skills already, right?
I grew up on a farm.
Oh, sorry, I thought you lived on a farm. I thought you said before you lived on a farm, or you lived.
No, I think you confused me with someone else.
You live in the countryside, though, right?
No.
Okay, sorry. I don't know why I heard a cock crowing out your fucking window one time you were on here, and then you said something about being.
No. Yeah, but because my neighbor, like, they had, that was like 2 years ago or something. I think they had some chickens that they were like using for eggs and stuff. Yeah.
Rescue hens.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Because look, I have no problem with people rescuing chickens and then eating the eggs. As a vegan, I don't mind. Anyway, that's a sideshow.
Yeah, let's not get into that kind of worms.
D&W is confusing you. The absurd of JE. Apparently, that's what. Okay.
Go and learn a trade, mate. Go and learn how to unblock toilets. If I was in your position now, I'd just give university a miss.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and I told myself the same thing.
University what?
A miss, because it just doesn't make sense, given that AI is taking over everything. And in fact, there are so many people that have gotten degrees, especially post-COVID, that have become useless because they're like 5 years late to the party. By the time they've already studied for the field that they want to go into, it's become obsolete.
You should only be you go to school for STEM if you're gonna do it.
Yeah, definitely don't go into debt for anything in the humanities. Bar, I mean, law perhaps, but that profession is changing so fucking fast. I don't know.
Right.
You know what the
bias.
richest, the most common degree amongst the most richest people in the world is? Engineering.
Is
Engineering.
Yeah, I wish I'd
Yeah.
done engineering, mechanical engineering, and I think like in that regard.
I think Warren Buffett has a degree in engineering.
But I'd
I
avoid
wish I'd biotechnology would have been a good. I was thinking of doing biotechnology back in the day.
Yeah,
and
I want to
never
do
did it.
biotech. I would do
had that as my
biotech if
number
I could
2, and I
focus
got my
on
number
it.
1, and I probably should have done biotech.
Why don't you do it, VE? Noodles, why don't you do it?
I can't pay attention.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you got
I'd like to
ADHD.
do,
You
I'd
got
like to do
ADHD.
something in neuroscience. You know, I have a passion for like dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins. You know, this is a revolution. This book, The Dose Effect, for
Well,
me.
why don't you, Kenny, get involved in some kind of therapeutic kind of?
Well, I'm currently doing a course in personal training, so I'd like to incorporate that. You know, into the motivational side of it.
You mean? Do you
Sorry,
mean
I
like
never heard
gym
that.
training as well? Is that what you're doing? Fitness training? Or you're a fitness
it's
trainer then? You're doing fitness training. Is
fitness,
that
gym training, but I'd also like to do like
nice one?
therapeutic, motivational type stuff as well. You know, and nutrition. You know.
Nice.
You should we should listen to some Jim Rohn.
You life coach, Kenny.
Jim Rohn.
Yeah, let me see your list of goals. You haven't got any goals?
Jim Rohn.
No, but we should listen to
Tell me about
David.
Jim Rohn.
No, they should listen to David Goggins.
David Goggins sucks.
Is that the
Listen
guy
to
who
Jim
wrote
Rohn.
the book?
That's not the worst.
You Can't Hurt Me.
I think a lot of this stuff's more mental than anything.
David Goggins.
I think everyone's
Is that the
got a
Navy
piece of
SEAL
puzzle.
guy who wrote the book You Can't Hurt Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's got a piece of the puzzle. Even if I know everyone has their detractors, but all these people, although they might seem like imbeciles to you, like David Goggins, everyone thinks he's simple, but he has some pieces of the puzzle that will prove helpful if you analyze what he's saying.
True.
Yeah.
Andrew Huberman's great. I like him.
Andrew Huberman?
Even Andrew Tate,
Andrew
I
Huberman.
loathe him. Some of his stuff is right. Doesn't mean you have to believe everything he says.
You know, but at the end of the day, you just got to stop reading all this stuff and just fucking go and do something.
Yeah, that's true. Like
Wrong.
sometimes you
Sorry,
no,
wrong.
sometimes you get too stuck on
agree
like
with you there, Yerf Dogs. Readers are leaders, and you need to learn in this world.
but he's saying that you should apply what you've learned, not just keep reading.
Not all
That's what he's
just
saying.
theory. You got to have the practical experience.
Of
I
course.
agree with that.
But you also need to learn, and you need to read as well. So, but
Right,
it's
he
the
never
yin
said to
yang.
stop learning. Right, but he never said to stop reading. He's just saying that you should apply what you learned.
I think
having
I
danced
think
around with
I thought
some
you
of
did
these,
say you just stop reading.
I
Just
think
stop reading.
having danced around with some of these so-called online philosophers, their problem is they don't dance around in the real world enough. They're all
that's
theory.
true.
They're all in their heads, and that's why they get lost in thinking they have the answers to everything, because they're not challenged with practical reality, which will give them a big slap in the face.
My point is that you can read as many books as you like about, for example, how to run a business, but you don't know shit until you fucking do it.
It's true.
That's the point of me.
Right.
I'm currently running my own Airbnb
I think
business.
Kenny knows you got to do both. You got to have both. You got to be willing to do the continuous self-development through study and observing other people's ideas, but also you got to be doing something as well, because you will have your own way of doing things that you have to learn as well. You have
Of
to learn
course,
what
that goes without saying. But a lot of these people who you say are like just philosophers, and I didn't know many of them, you know, because like people like Andrew Huberman, who has his own YouTube channel and talks about fitness and
he's a neuroscientist,
nutrition and neuroscience as well. He definitely knows what he's talking about. He's got a great physique. He's very healthy. He has the experience of his own philosophy.
So wasn't he involved? Sorry, say again, Years Dogs.
Andrew Huberman's also been called out for not being exactly truthful about stuff. So
Yeah, I was just about to say that he had his own controversy recently, I think.
these guys are influencers. They're out to make money by your attention.
Yeah, they're grifters.
I don't know if they're grifters. Fair enough. If you can make money doing it, good. If I wouldn't call it grifting, but recognize that they're not going to sacrifice getting your attention for telling you the hard truth. And once again, at some point, you've just got to log off and fucking, pedal to the metal and just get out in the real world and do it.
Yeah, get your own experience. Yeah,
you do, and your own experience is going to teach you far more than any book you've read. I'll guarantee you. If you're talking about practical application, if I'm being very narrow here about business, okay, other stuff, whatever, but other stuff as well. But I don't want to get into other stuff.
What about, okay, let's take one subject that is very difficult for a lot of people. A lot of people have tried to weight loss, losing weight. How can you just go about losing weight without actually learning, reading about how to do it? Because a lot of people don't know fucking jack shit. And your philosophy is saying just fucking do it and pedal to the metal. That sounds a bit kind of hollow on the subject of weight loss and nutrition. You have to learn about nutrition and know what to actually do to lose weight.
Eat less, move more.
It's not always that simple.
I think mostly it is. Be careful about what
4 words.
Yeah, eat less, move more. People overcomplicate this stuff.
Well, you have to learn to properly lose weight. You have to learn about insulin levels and the fact that your body can only burn off its own fat if your insulin levels are low. And then you have to learn about what lowers your insulin levels and keeps your insulin levels low. And that is the keto diet. That's how I lost weight. I lost 20 kilos last year by learning about the keto diet and how carbohydrates spike your insulin levels. And when your insulin levels are high, your body doesn't burn off its own fat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's one example of how reading about a subject helped me make a positive change in my life.
I always thought it was like more about calorie deficits or stuff like that. I thought.
Well, most of it is.
You can still lose weight on a calorie deficit and eat carbohydrates, but it takes a lot longer than doing a calorie deficit and the keto diet.
No, all you got to do is
the higher. Sorry, go on.
No, like the thing is your body stores fat way more easily as fat than it does store and like carbs or protein as fat. So if you do like a very low fat diet, you're far more likely to have success with losing weight and losing fat.
That is categorically untrue, I'm afraid.
I disagree.
I've done my own experiment on it.
But again,
you have a biased anecdote. You do not have, you did that's hardly considered strong evidence for anything. There's a lot of I think there's a lot of research that already is pointed in this direction.
It's sugar that gets stored as fat.
No, that's not true, my friend. That's not true at all. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
All right, someone asked
Trust me, I've already
someone asked ChatGPT.
It's not true.
Fat doesn't make you fat. It's carbohydrates and sugar that make you fat.
All right. Let's ask ChatGPT. All right, let's ask ChatGPT.
Okay,
dude. ChatGPT makes shit up.
But the other caveat I wanted to throw in there is that isn't everyone's body different, and so like one weight loss plan for one person would work differently for another person.
You're talking about the laws of the laws of was it thermodynamics, right? Yeah, like it's for the most part it's calories in, calories out, but there's like adjustments. Some people store fat more easily than others. Some people like store it. The way it's dispersed throughout their body is different. So there is like slight variations like that. But at the end of the day, if you're in a calorie deficit, you're losing weight. But then there's stuff like some people have a harder time gaining muscle and holding on to muscle. There's all these little things. So
I feel like there are like a lot of differences, but there's some pretty good like baselines. I feel like that could help everyone. It's like
yeah, I mean, generally when people eat low fat, they are not fat. And then they eat low fat diets, they
Makes sense.
generally lose weight.
Makes sense. Low fat, so less.
Okay, I'm going to recommend a documentary to you guys then. Watch a documentary on YouTube called The Fat Fiction.
Oh, God.
And you'll see that
Probably-
everything that you're saying is not true. And
Yeah,
there's another
pseudo-
book called
probably
The
a bunch
Atkins
of
Diet.
Oh
The
God,
Atkins
dude,
diet?
dude, you know that like that dude died of a heart attack and like was fucking fat as fuck when he died.
Wow, really?
Jesus Christ. I can't believe you're peddling this pseudoscientific crap, man. You're spot on some things, Kenny, but you're way off on this one.
With VE, your mic keeps kind of
I lost 20 kilos
getting muffled sometimes.
last year on the keto diet in just 4 months. I was losing 5 kilos a month on the keto diet. So
I'm not
it worked
saying
for
that.
me.
Yeah,
It worked
okay.
for me.
Well, if you're in a caloric deficit, you're gonna lose weight, dude. So it's like I'm not saying that you're not gonna lose weight
I was
if
on a
you're not.
caloric deficit. I was on the keto and a caloric deficit. I'm not saying
Right.
you
If
can't
you're in
lose weight.
if you're
on
in a caloric deficit, you're
and
gonna.
having
If you're in a,
carbohydrates. I'm just saying it takes longer than what it does on
Wait.
the keto diet.
if you're in a caloric deficit, you're gonna lose weight. Yes.
I mean, yeah.
Wait, so what about what this person said in the comments? They said protein builds muscle and that the muscle burns fat. Is that true?
Well, the more muscle you have, the easier it is for you to burn fat, because you're. I don't remember what the exact science is. You have more. So like if you work out and you have a lot of muscle, well, that muscle requires a lot of energy, right? And you get that afterburn effect from the workout. So where in the 24-hour period, I'm not 100% positive about this. So my understanding is there's this whole afterburn thing when you strain the muscle or put pressure on the muscle, like you do a strenuous, weightlifting workout. The bigger that muscle is and the more pressure you have to put on it, the more of an afterburn effect you'll have. But that I could be wrong about that. So, a good person to ask about that would be though is Vegan Gains. He would know.
Oh no!
Well, maybe we should get him on here to tell.
No!
Why? You didn't want it last time he was on here. You didn't want him to leave. You were upset when he left.
No, not that I was upset, but I just wanted to ask.
You were upset, dude. You were upset. You were like, no, don't go.
No,
don't
no,
go, Vegan
no.
Gains, I love you.
Wow, Noodles.
Feel free to get him on if you want to.
No, don't bring him back. No, that's no.
Yeah, you're
no.
just, you know what, Jay? You're sour grapes. That's what you are right now.
No, what
you're
I
sour
said
grapes.
was. What I said was no, you're not gonna leave because I want to ask him some more questions because I found his answers to be like very. No.
You loved him.
No.
You loved him.
No, you loved him. You're the one who keeps bringing him back.
I still love him.
Well, right, exactly. So you just admitted it.
I've never denied it.
Vegan Equilibrium loves a lot of people. He loves you as well, Jay.
Oh no, no, he doesn't.
I guess I love you a little bit.
No. Let's not say that sort of stuff in a public forum.
Jay, I love you. I love you, Jay.
No, please stop.
Embrace it.
Stop.
Anyway,
It's like throwing holy water on him.
No.
right, guys, what do you want to do? Do you want to get Vegan Gains on here? Or...
No.
Come back on here.
No, please, no, no.
Pristine, are you there? Are you all right, darling?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm here.
Okay, Pristine,
yeah.
you're quite a healthy lady. You do a lot of walking and exercise.
Yes, I don't drive, so I walk. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't go to the gym or anything. I just walk. Yeah.
Walking is good for your circulation and for your boosting your mood, keeping your metabolism going, moving.
Yeah, I think I want to start walking again.
That's one thing about my dog is he does make me walk every day, at least 4 or 5 miles. So if I wasn't doing that, I'd be very depressed. It does help you, Again, that's a responsibility, I suppose.
Yeah, get out in nature is nice.
We have Life Abolitionism. You're back on the Fighting Gnosis show. Welcome, brother. I hope that you're feeling okay. What's going on?
Well, I didn't listen to that whole diatribe, that whole section which was dedicated to me. I was accused.
Bye, everyone.
I was accused of being solipsistic and only focusing on myself. But I have not been focusing on myself. I have been talking about public policy, advocating for the rights of others. Yet, for whatever reason, people always want to bring it back to me and pathologize me. I don't understand why there was a need for an entire, I don't know how long that was, 20 to 30 minutes dedicated to me. Is this the Life Abolitionism show, or is this D&W show? Like, I thought it was absolutely ridiculous because I would never go on somebody else's channel to talk about somebody else. Like you don't have any original ideas. You just want to bottom feed on. Like, what are his contributions? And I asked that in the chat. He didn't answer. He said he wasn't being derivative, but he can't name one single contribution he's made to the anti-natalist community. He's always trying to ride somebody else's coattail. He's trying to make him a name for himself off my work instead of coming up with his own ideas, which I think is absolutely pathetic.
I think we should explore your childhood.
Oh, no. Come on. Look. In all seriousness, LA, I'm glad you came back on. But I do wish you wouldn't run away when he comes on, because then maybe we can... This is never going to resolve.
I don't like him. I don't like him.
I know. I'm not telling you have to like him, okay? But what I'm saying is this kind of... I'm just like... I don't want to be the kind of... The arena for you two fighting. I'd rather it was just reconciled. Even if you don't like him, I'd rather it was just an adult conversation between two people in good faith.
See, now he wants to come back. He's in the comment section. The only reason he wants to come up here is for me. I am the reason for his entire existence. He lives for me. He is obsessed. He's in love with me. He wants some BBC. He wants me to play in his pussy. That's what he wants. He wants his pussy to play with.
Narcissistic, to say the least.
He wants what? Sorry, LA?
He wants
no, let's not repeat that.
Will you let LA speak, for crying out loud? LA, what do you want to say?
He wants me to play in his pussy. He is obsessed. He cannot get me out of his head. I live rent-free. I didn't choose to live rent-free in his head, but for whatever reason, he can't get me out of it. He doesn't exist in my head, though. I don't think about him at all.
Well, LA, okay, fair enough if you think that, but the point is, why run away when he comes on? Because he is willing to talk to you.
Of course, he's willing to talk to me because he wants validation. He wants to extract from my value and make himself seem smarter and basically invalidate whatever I'm trying to do. So he can't come with his own ideas. I've already said specifically in the prelude that my book is not supposed to be. I'm not presenting both sides. I'm advocating for the minority view. The other side is already presented through all institutions, by the state, by religious institutions, by the psychiatric institutions. So it is not my responsibility to present the other side. You can go anywhere to get the other side. I presented one side, and it was intentionally biased.
LA, I completely understand what you're saying. So you're basically saying it was a propaganda tool. You were trying to put the best foot forward. You knew there could be an alternative view, but you were trying to motivate people to see your way. It was a rhetorical device. If you know, it was a way to shape other people's perspectives. And as I said, it was like it was a manipulation effort. It wasn't
No, it wasn't a
necessarily.
manipulation. It was an attempt to articulate a position which is not ever expressed in mainstream society. It, my objective was not to necessarily change anything because I know I don't have the power to do that. My objective was to expose the illegitimacy of the entire system of procreation, of democracy, of capitalism. That none of this was consensual, and so if I did expose the illegitimacy of it, that is my goal. It's not to debate whether someone should die or not have the right to die. It doesn't matter. The state has already decided that, but it's still illegitimate.
LA. I understand that was your objective. Now, look, you set out to do that. You may or may not have achieved that in other people's eyes, okay? But that's part of the process. You put something out there into the public. Sometimes people agree with you. Sometimes they disagree with you. It just so happens that he disagrees that you've achieved what you set out to do. He says here the foundation of your position is based on error.
I don't care.
Okay, so why get angry though? Why run away?
Anybody has the right to disagree with me, but they are not entitled to a response. They're not entitled to my engagement. If somebody else wants to disagree with me, I can engage with them. I'm not going to engage with him because I know he doesn't give a fuck about me or my existence or my misery. He just wants to extract. He's getting some kind of sadistic pleasure out of it. He wants to antagonize me. He wants to bring up personal details about my life, which I've shared on his channel. And I'm not going to sit up here and tolerate it. He can do that to somebody else. When he does rant on about me, I will go off and I will not listen to it.
That's reasonable.
Well, I've already taken a hard line here, LA, and I've said, look, I'm willing to have you two come on here and talk to each other. But if it does come to name calling, if it does come to personal attacks, I will kick whoever makes those personal attacks off the show.
He just made personal attacks. He gave a whole
He's not on the show. He's not on the show. You literally said he wants your big black cock in his bussy. Is that not a personal attack?
Wait, what?
He just did a 20 to 30-minute rant about me. I did not come on here to talk about him. We were having a pleasant conversation. He was the Grinch who stole Christmas and disrupted the entire thing.
QWERTY, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say? QWERTY, I'm gonna have to kick you off if you don't say anything. You're currently muted.
Are we a newcomer?
Yeah, QWERTY. But for some reason, QWERTY doesn't want to say anything.
Yeah, well, you should have put the newcomer banner up, right?
Nah.
I know QWERTY. QWERTY's been on the show before.
Oh, okay.
All right, QWERTY. Well, I guess I have to kick you off. Kick from studio. Now, LA.
Wait, let's have the
LA, please.
Los
Listen
Angeles?
to what I have to say. I'm not going to let him on at the moment, but he is backstage. Yerf Dogs has entered the studio. Now, look,
And the only reason he's coming back is because I'm here. Why does he wait?
Yeah, clearly, I agree with you. The only reason he's come back is because you're here. But that is a valid reason to come back. You matter. You have ideas. You both are. Your horns are locked on the matters at hand. Why isn't it okay that he comes back to talk?
He can come back up here, but if he does, I'm going to leave. I don't have to engage with him. That is my right.
You don't have to, but can you not see that it's just going to become a childish facade of bullshit if we don't allow you both to have a conversation?
I think it's childish for him to come up here to antagonize me, knowing that if he does come up here, I'm going to leave. And he's doing it on purpose.
LA. With respect, right? You have said some things there that were a little bit out there, little bit left of field, okay?
In response to what he said about me, he's the one he's the one who came up here talking about me. I did not do that to him.
You studied law. Remember that maxim: "He who seeks equity must do equity." Are you coming to this with clean hands? With respect, life abolitionism. I don't think you're acting so saintly yourself.
I
You
think
are throwing.
he started this entire thing. So if you bring it, then I'm going to bring it. I did not come up here attacking him. I never did. This whole history started with him attacking me.
Kenny, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say?
Yeah, I want to come back on what Vegan Equilibrium said about Robert Atkins dying when he was obese and overweight. I've done my research. The reason that was is because he gained a lot of weight from fluid retention as a result of being stuck in a coma in hospital after falling and slipping on ice. It was nothing to fucking do with the Atkins diet being scientific bullshit. All right?
Oh, your dogs is here. Oh, and there goes LA.
Yeah, he's always going to do that.
Okay, Kenny, thanks for that.
Yeah.
That's important information. Thank
you.
for that.
The keto diet works. Get on it, fatties.
There is a
Good
vegan
night.
keto. I did do the vegan keto. It did work for me as well when I did lose
Excellent.
weight. I have put some back on, unfortunately. So I have to get back on it.
Get on it.
Yerf Dogs, you are on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say?
When I came on and all I did was analyze his positions. I haven't attacked him personally. I haven't, I think this whole it's all projection. He just came up and antagonized with this whole homophobic nonsense. It's just ridiculous. I find it just so childish. There are errors in his analysis, which, if he corrected, could probably improve his overall argumentation. I just don't get, and he lies about everything, and it's starting to piss me off a bit. He talks about, he has said that he gave me a free copy of his book to give him feedback. That never happened. Okay, that never happened. He said he's made the comment historically that he asked me to review his book and to give him feedback. Never happened. He is so full of shit.
Whoever is fucking eating with their mouth full, fucking belching and fucking farting, can you mute yourself, please? Because we can hear it.
Probably more intellectual than what I'm saying. But listen, why what does the problem do? Why just stop coming up here and going, I'm hungry for you, whatever. Just have a discussion, for fuck's sakes. I honestly don't get it. It's a phenomenon. It's unbelievable. And you'll notice that he says, "Oh, I've come back on because he's on." He's obviously lurking to wait until I go off, and then he jumps on. It's all projection. It's just nonsense. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. I gave an analysis of his argument.
I mean, if LA. I mean, look, it's really annoying. It is frustrating sometimes. I admit that, to be challenged when you have an idea. But I mean, when you put an idea out there, I don't know why you want to hold on to it for dear life. Are you not willing to allow it to be inspected, to be talked about, to be analyzed as an idea? Because if you're not, I worry about how good faith your argument is. I worry whether you're in the business of pursuing truth. I worry if you're not just a psychologically biased individual who isn't willing to, put up his hand and say, yeah, you know what, I might be wrong sometimes. And if you're not willing to do that, I'm sorry, brother. I don't know whether you're worth talking to. And the thing is, I like you as an individual. I think I know you care. We're actually on the same team. I know you think we're on oppositional forces, but we're on the same team. I care about the things you care about. I care about the fact that suffering exists, and it is horrific in some cases. And I wish it wasn't like that. And I wish we were doing something as a species to try and eradicate it. in a more efficient manner, in a way that gave people lives worth living, where they didn't feel aggrieved to have been born, where they don't feel sad and depressed about just waking up each day. So yeah, we're on the same page in terms of what we feel is important. But I just wish you'd come on and talk about it, LA. As I said, LA, Yerf Dog, he's a robust individual. There's no doubt about that. But he won't mind if I kick him off if he goes too far. If he starts calling you names, and I'm sure you won't mind either. That is just we do need to have some rules here. Otherwise, it just becomes a mud-flinging contest, and we're not going to be gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen trying to get towards some kind of sensible consensus on matters, which is why we're ultimately here.
LA and I have already had a discussion on one of my live streams where he misheard something I said, got in a hissy fit about it. So I asked him, how about you come on a live stream with me and we talk about it and sort it out? There is a live stream of him and me discussing something very amicably. And we sorted it out. It's on my Ephilism channel, and I just don't get this. It's all changed just because I don't like his book. It's so bizarre. So there is evidence. There is a discussion on my channel where him and I are just sorting through stuff. So I don't get what his problem is.
LA, you have been called to come back. You say you're not beholden to anybody. Fair enough. But why should we be beholden to you? Why should we listen to you if you're not willing to talk about it?
Who cares if it's me saying it? The questions that I'm raising are questions that you need to address in order for your arguments to have standing. Why does it matter that it's me saying it?
Can I break in real quick?
There is a newcomer. I just want to bring the newcomer on, brother, please. Mystery Singer, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
There goes my only possession. Oh, there goes my everything.
Thank you, Mystery Singer.
Well, that
That was a nice little unexpected interlude. We do appreciate that spontaneity.
Oh, hey, Jake.
It's the human zoo. It's the human zoo. The human zoo.
Hey, Fatima.
We have QWERTY. What are you saying?
It's the human zoo. Remember, years back, Tommy Boyd on Radio 4, the human zoo.
What?
Right. He says we're in a human zoo here.
Oh.
Yeah, by aliens, maybe. All right. Is that the consensus?
Can I break in real quick?
Yeah, sure. Say what you got to say, VG.
All right. I just want to respond.
Jay, hold on. Let's deal with Jay's unrelenting show of narcissism there. Jay, is it your show? Is it your show?
All right, I'm sorry, but it's just that
I'm joking, but
Everybody sure.
Go ahead, Vegan Equilibrium.
I just want to respond to Kenny.
Everybody sure.
I stand corrected about Atkins' cause of, or what put Atkins in the hospital, but the report says he did have major heart hypertension and congestive heart disease and major heart problems, and that is generally caused by a person's diet. So ultimately, that is one of the major factors that led to the clot in his brain and him dying. And Atkins, like I said, if you're in a caloric deficit, you'll lose weight regardless of what diet you're on. Keto diet has been shown to cause a lot of health problems and does not outperform a low fat, higher protein, medium to high carb diet.
I agree with what Rhonda Patrick said about this, about the different diets. Take either vegan or carnivore. The secret for both of those diets is that they're essentially elimination diets, and they basically both diets eliminate bad shit, and that's why people find success with better health outcomes, losing weight, etc. It's about the stuff that you're not eating. In my
You might
opinion.
have better health outcomes in the short term with certain things, like if they cut certain things out, but there is no there's no health outcome data that suggests that anyone gets a better health outcome in the long term from a carnivore or keto or
Well, maybe
Atkins
we don't
style
have enough
diet.
data. Maybe we don't have enough data yet. And for what it's worth, I mean, your perception is always going to be that anything that conflicts with veganism.
Not true.
Okay, all right. I disagree that you say it's not true. I think that you will be always biased towards the vegan diet.
I'll say this: it could be possible that eating a piece of fish once a week or once a month, might actually make you live 2 years longer. I don't know. There's obviously a few schools of thought on that. I'm open to being willing to admit, okay, that could be the case, but there's nothing that says that eating animals is going to make you live significantly longer.
No.
So if you look at any of the epidemiology, that it all points to a whole plant food diet.
On that note, I think
I
we'll
just don't
close the
consider your
show for the
opinion to be
night.
worthwhile in that area.
On that note, we'll close the show for the night. We will go around the houses now asking for closing remarks. So, Vegan Equilibrium, do you want to give your closing remarks for tonight's Finding Gnosis show?
Just stop hurting animals, live a vegan lifestyle. It'll help the animals, it helps you, and it will better society.
Okay, Pristine, do you want to give some closing remarks for this edition of this episode of the Finding Gnosis show?
Good night, everyone. If it's nighttime where you are, that's it. I don't really have anything else to say.
Okay, Cecil, do you want to give some final remarks? Cecil, are you there? No. Okay, Yerf Dogs, do you want to give a summary of your thoughts for this
I think I've already said my piece. I just want to, if my challenge to LA from here on in, I'm obviously going to come back on the show, which is great. Knock yourself out. But how about not always bringing the discussion back to your little pet topic? Let's discuss other things apart from what you want to talk about every time you're on. How's that? Let's regard this whole issue finished.
Fair enough. QWERTY, do you want to say some final remarks?
Yeah, man.
Show. Go ahead.
I want to. Shit, I forgot again.
Sorry.
I forgot what was saying again. When you're waiting around, you think you what you're going to say, but it just goes. It just disappears. Yeah. Shit.
Okay. Better luck next
Anyway,
time then.
anyway, DNW. Big up. I appreciate
right,
this channel. I appreciate this channel, 100%.
All right, QWERTY. Appreciate you too. Thank you, QWERTY. Maybe next time you can contribute more. Come on earlier, brother. Jay, do you want to give your final remarks, please?
Just that I hope everyone has a good night and that we continue to find Gnosis. That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Fatima, I'll give you the position of the finalizer.
Great live stream as always good. And alhamdulillah, thank you.
Right, everybody. We'll come back another day soon. Keep your notifications on. This is the Finding Gnosis show on YouTube. we have a YouTube channel, the YouTube channel is Finding Gnosis. So look us up. Take care, everyone. Bye bye.
See ya.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Truth is fleeting, shadows call. We search for meaning, we question all. The path is winding, the veil is thin. Beyond illusion, let the journey begin. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Voices whisper, thoughts collide. Truths are hidden deep inside. The world's a riddle, a shifting dream. Reality isn't what it seems. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. Make Gnosis bring you peace of mind. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. Make Gnosis bring you peace of mind.